Chapter 1034. Shintendo. I didn't expect that the fact that I call myself the Nihility Ancestor actually corresponds to some kind of destiny. The fourth Gu Huasha was secretly happy. From now on, I will call myself Mr. Nihility Ancestor. Just like Mr. Wuxiang, I will definitely cultivate to the 9th level of Immortal Realm. Once I reach this realm, Gu Chunsha won't be able to do anything to me. In that case, swallow this pill. Mr. Thoughtless handed the pill that transformed the Emperor of Heaven to the fourth Gu Huasha. The fourth accepted it and sent some of his power into it. After inspecting it, he found that there was nothing wrong with the medicinal pill. It was indeed the Emperor of Heaven. The medicinal pill contained the aura of the Emperor of Heaven, which he was very familiar with. It was connected to his life force, so there was no mistaking it. Then, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with this pill, the fourth wrapped the pill with his own powers and began to cultivate it. Rumble. A huge amount of power was immediately released and perfectly fused with him. Immediately, the fourth Gu Huasha's power rose steadily. In an instant, his power seemed to have increased by tens of times, and it was still increasing. Woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling came from Gu Huasha's body. A black airflow rose densely from Gu Huasha's body. This black airflow eventually turned into a cloak, covering him tightly. At the same time, his body started to turn invisible, as if he really had the aura of a level 9 Immortal Realm expert. Excellent. Excellent, Gu Huasha. You might not have reached the deathless level, but you've gained some of its aura. With that, none of the ancestors in heaven and earth will be able to do anything to you. You're the true first ancestor, and given enough time, you'll definitely reach the deathless level. Mr. Thoughtless laughed. Emperor of Heaven, I've finally devoured you. Gu Huasha felt that his fate had been freed. His eyes flashed, and he saw that in the river of fate, the two-headed dragon that represented his and the Emperor of Heaven's fate had eaten the other head. Then, the dragon became only one head, and its body became 100 times bigger. It started to bare its fangs and claws, wanting to break through the realm and jump out of the river of fate. Within the river of fate, the terrifying spherical thing, which had been made up of eyeballs and tentacles, had disappeared. Clearly, it had escaped the restraints of the river of fate. The current river of fate was created by Gu Chunsha. After Gu Chunsha created it, it bound everything and made everything follow his path. However, that terrifying thing's fate energy had actually broken through the shackles of fate. In the river of fate created by Gu Dusha, there was no longer any trace of it. In other words, this terrifying thing was comparable to Gu Dusha. Henceforth, the world would be split in two. Gu Huasha was convinced that he needed to reach the deathless level in order to achieve incredible things in the future. It would be best if Gu Chunsha and the thing died together, and he absorbed all of its power. That way, he would be able to control everything in heaven and earth and create anything he wanted. The fourth was a very ambitious person. By this time, Gu Chunsha had returned to the Imperial Palace, a medicinal pill in his hand. Below him were Liu Baiyue and the others. Your Majesty, when Hong said, I never would have guessed that the terrifying thing would come out. The fourth betrayed us, and Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God were both rescued by it. What should we do now? There's no need to worry about the fourth. The medicinal pill he ate was a fake, created by me. I used a boundless divine ability to create a medicinal pill. After the fourth consumes it, the effect will be exactly the same as the medicinal pill created by the Emperor of Heaven. However, in the future, he will follow the path of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Instead of devouring, he will create, give, and offer. In the end, he will deal a fatal blow to the terrifying thing. Gu Chunsha still had the Emperor of Heaven medicinal pill in his hand. The pill that Mr. Wuxiang had stolen was a fake medicinal pill. During this period of time, Mr. Wuxiang and the others had appeared and gained the upper hand. However, Gu Chunsha wasn't someone to be trifled with. He immediately set up a trap, tricking the fourth Gu Huasha. Now, as long as the fourth Guhua Sha, cultivated to the 9th level of the Tao of Immortality, he would be able to deal devastating damage to Mr. Wuxiang and the others. As for F.A. Wuxian and the mighty miracle god, they were actually part of my plan. F.A. Wuxian had long been in cahoots with that frightening thing. The reason why I didn't kill him and instead turned him into a dog was actually to stimulate the overwhelming hatred in the depths of his heart. When his hatred reached its peak, it would spurt out and tear apart everything around him that could be torn apart. Naturally, that frightening thing would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Apart from that, I also set up something important in F.A. Wuxian's heart. I'm going to make Mr. Wuxiang, Mr. Wuxin, Mr. Wuwei, and Mr. Wuxiang suffer the consequences of their actions. Gu Chansha said confidently, these people thought that after they were born, they gained the upper hand after a series of events. Little did they know, they fell into my trap step by step. All right, how's the universe you've created? The most important thing now is to channel energy into the human world to expand it. At the same time, you can cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm. If you don't, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult in the future. Up until now, Liu Baiwei, Wenhong, and the others hadn't advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the heavenly Tao realm. Currently, only Zhao Jianshan, F.A. Wuxian IV, and Zhang Ziren had advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. Although the Emperor of Heaven had reached the heavenly Tao realm before, he was now a medicinal pill. We've been painstakingly creating the universe these days. It won't be long before we reach the heavenly Tao realm. Liu Baiwei said, if that's the case, let's start now. Gu Qinsha said, everyone gather together. The more people in the heavenly Tao realm, the more we can create a formation to fight against Mr. Wu and the others. They've reached the 9th level of the undying realm. With your current strength, you're no match for them. I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to take care of them. In the future, when the war starts, the world will be completely destroyed. You must have the ability to protect yourselves. Then let's begin. At this time, Liu Baiwei, Wenhong, Zhuge Martial Sage, Chang Weiyang, Little Godson, Jin Siva, Longevity God, Long Yun, Long Zaifei, Chang Yuzhou, Yuan Lu, Lu Yu, Qianzhen, Zhou Bu, Zhao Yang, Imo Chao, Lord Tai, Tai Xuandu, Tai Mengdi, Luo Wu, and the other direct descendants had all gathered together. There were hundreds of them. These direct descendants had followed Gu Chansha through wind and rain, from the Central Plains Divine Prefecture to where they were now. They had contributed greatly and worked hard. This time, they were truly united, ready to advance and retreat together, sharing honor and disgrace. Because a terrifying thing had appeared. If they succeeded, it would be the dawn of a new era. If they failed, then everyone would be annihilated or suffer a fate worse than death. A new universe was slowly being born. Gu Chinch's core members had all successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Art. They could constantly send out their spirit force, and, at this time, an enormous amount of power gathered into a brand new universe. This universe instantly became enormous. Countless living beings, kingdoms, dimensions, suns, moons, and stars, powerful existences, spiritual energy, immortal chi, primal chaos chi, and even deathless substances were born. Next, the universe continued to expand, and the core members grew increasingly powerful. In the end, the universe naturally gave birth to the power of the heavenly Tao. There were even some divine ability experts who, under the guidance of others, began to cultivate the Dragonless Heart Art. This universe was very pure, without any impurities. The people born in this universe had no thoughts of devouring. Instead, as soon as any living being was born, they would begin to use their spirit force to create this universe. Logically speaking, a universe like this shouldn't exist. When a universe was first born, the living beings within it would need to absorb the power of the universe and gain enlightenment, cultivating the Dragonless Heart Art. But now, as soon as the living beings in this universe were born, they began to offer their spirit force. This was the embryonic form of a brand new world. Rumble. As the universe grew larger and larger, the number of living beings in it increased. All of them cultivated the dragonless heart art and offered their spirit force to the universe, creating numerous treasures. The rich spiritual chi of the world caused a myriad of living beings to flourish. Heavenly Tao energy gushed forth from within. A white stream of energy suddenly gushed forth from the top of Liu Baiyue's head. This white stream of energy contained gold, black, and many other colors. In the end, it formed a flower. This flower was only about an acre in size, but it had countless petals. Each petal was in the shape of a heart, and countless heart-shaped runes circulated around it. It was like it was impervious to all evils, impenetrable by all arts, impenetrable by all tribulations, and indestructible by all lifetimes. Good, I've finally succeeded in cultivating the heavenly Tao realm. Gu Qinsha laughed. This heavenly Tao energy is very pure, much purer than the heavenly Tao energy of Zhang Ziren and the others. This is because this is the new world's heavenly Tao, not the old world's heavenly Tao. The old world's heavenly Tao focuses on plundering, and the new world's heavenly Tao doesn't have any plundering. If you compare them, the old world's heavenly Tao is like rubble, and the new world's heavenly Tao is like white jade. It was the same heavenly Tao energy, but the heavenly Tao of every universe was different. Some heavenly Tao energy was small, some heavenly Tao energy was large, some pure, some impure. However, the heavenly Tao of this new world was completely different. What the heavenly Tao energy contained was creation. It was limitless. This power vibrated and transmitted to each other. Liu Baiyue was the first to succeed. Next, a flower appeared above Wenhong's head. The petals were all in the shape of a heart, and the runes were all in the shape of a heart. Chapter 1035. A clash of the new and the old, the universe created by Liu Baiyue, Wenhong, and Zhuge Ye was a completely new universe. It did not contain any impurities from the old world. So the heavenly Tao born in this new universe was a completely new heavenly Tao. The power of the new heavenly Tao was endless and inexhaustible. It was many times stronger than the old heavenly Tao. Soon after, Zhuge Ye also cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm, and a heavenly flower of the new world appeared above his head. The power of the heavenly flower gushed out, causing the entire old world to change. Then, Chang Weiyang, Chang Yuzhou, the martial sage, and Jin Suibo all cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm. Chang Weiyang was the famous sect master of the Black Cosmos Gate. She cultivated to the level of an anomaly and was extremely powerful. Even the Black Cosmos Gate of heaven and earth couldn't suppress her. She was much more senior than Gu Qinsha. Her father, Chang Yuzhou, was also extremely powerful. He split from the Black Cosmos Gate and founded the Black Cosmos Gate. Of course, the martial sage was also famous. Jin Suibo was an elder of the everlasting celestial sect. After following Gu Qinsha, he established the Celestial Tranquility Department. If it wasn't for Jin Suibo recruiting people everywhere, it would not have been so easy to establish the Celestial Tranquility Department. His contributions to the imperial court were even greater than those of Zhuge Ye. Inexorably, Jin Suibo's power also rose, and he cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm. Once this realm was achieved, he felt like he had completely broken away from the old world and entered a new world. He looked at everything in the world differently. At the same time, he looked at everything in the world as if they were in hell. They devoured and killed each other just to fight for some pitiful resources. These living beings were really too stupid. Deep in the hearts of all living beings, they clearly had an inexhaustible supply of treasures, but they just had to fight for useless dirt. This was like a rich man with tens of thousands of hectares of fertile land, tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, and countless gold, silver, and jewels, but he just had to fight with a beggar for a dirty bun. If this wasn't stupidity, what was? Therefore, he wanted to save all the pitiful beings in the world. The universe we've created will surpass the old universe sooner or later. We'll completely save the old universe and all living beings. Lu Baiwei said, however, Mr. Wu Wu and the others have appeared. They have the power of level 9 immortal realm. Although we have cultivated the new world's heavenly Tao, we are still no match for immortal realm experts. I feel that this new heavenly Tao can only last for a while before it is destroyed. That's why this new universe will be your base. If you can stay here and expand, then you will be able to hold out against the undying for a long time. Gu Chunsha continued, I need to plan this out properly. As he spoke, Gu Chunsha began to ponder. Then, he injected his power into this new universe. This new universe gave birth to an unshakable and indestructible power. All living beings in the human world, as long as they cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra and give up on the karma of the old world, they must be guided into the new universe. You can go and do this now. With Mr. Wu Wu and the others stirring up trouble, the old world can no longer be changed. This is a good plan. We've created a new world. This world doesn't have a single trace of the old world. Lu Baiwei was the first to speak. In this way, we don't have to worry about Mr. Wu Wu and the others causing trouble. Moreover, as long as more and more people in the world cultivate the Dragonless Mantra, all of them will be brought into this new world. Over time, the old world will lose all ability to resist. That's the goal for now. Gu Chunsha nodded. However, we can't completely give up on the old world. I need to make a plan to suppress Mr. Wu Wu. Oh, right. At this time, when Hong asked a crucial question, actually the focus of the entire world is whether or not you can suppress that terrifying thing. If you can suppress it, then our plan can be realized. Without that thing causing trouble, we can take our time. This was indeed the crux of the matter. I can suppress this group of people. This group of people is actually a source. Gu Chunsha said, however, it will be at the cost of the entire universe and the void of the myriad worlds. Because in the process of suppressing it, it might destroy the karma of all living things, time and space, and even you all will cease to exist. Because at that time, everything will be completely destroyed, and even you all will not be able to revive. This price is too great, so I'm holding back. Another thing is that I can't completely destroy this group of people. I can only suppress them. This is because the birth of this group of people is not only the result of the combination of Father and the old world's heavenly Tao, but also the aggregation of the deepest thoughts of all living beings in the old world. As soon as the living beings in the old world are born, they will devour energy to strengthen themselves. This instinct is actually a kind of power in the depths of their hearts. It has gathered on that terrifying thing, which is why this terrifying thing is so powerful. There is only one way to completely destroy this terrifying thing, and that is for all living beings in the world to completely abandon the old world's thinking. Then I will have enough power to directly kill this terrifying thing and completely obliterate it, never to appear in this world again. So that's how it is. In that case, we can only take things slowly. We will rule the world and destroy the way of thinking of the old world. With that, everyone understood. Indeed, Mr. Wu Wu's power was quite powerful. At this stage, we should still implement the previous concept. Lu Baiwei replied, spread the Dragonless Heart Sutra as much as possible, then guide all those who have successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra into the new world. At the same time, use the new world as a fortress to defend against the invasion of Mr. No, safety first. We need to ensure our own safety first. Zhuge, you said. Mr. No, and the others want to kill us or contaminate us, forcing us to return to the ideals and thinking of the old world. This is absolutely not allowed. Your safety is indeed the first priority. Gu Chensh's intention in creating the new universe was very clear. It was to protect the safety of these people. With the protection of the new universe, the chances of them being killed by Mr. No would be greatly reduced. Everyone in the new universe would gather and evolve into a brand new heavenly Tao. This heavenly Tao would gather to form a protective force that could prevent Mr. No 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 and the others from infiltrating. Now, one could see with the naked eye that the new heavenly Tao in the new universe was boiling. As it boiled, it kept spreading outwards and even started to permeate into many universes in the human world. As long as it completely permeated the human world, any living being who had cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra would be able to ascend to the new universe with a single thought. That's right, it was ascension. Of course, during the ascension, someone would still be needed to guide them. From now on, other than spreading the Dragonless Heart Sutra, the Great Yonko would also guide those who had cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra to the new universe. The more living beings there were, the stronger the power of the universe would be. Gu Qinsha was advancing step by step. He didn't believe that this strategy of his wouldn't be able to kill Mr. No 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 and the others. Take it slow, see who could last longer. However, Mr. No 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 couldn't be underestimated. These people would also establish their own dynasties and spread the ideals of Devour. They would thoroughly permeate the ideals of the old world into the instincts of the living beings and expand, causing the power of Mr. No 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 and the others to grow. With that, the battle between Gu Qinsha and this terrifying thing would be very long. It definitely wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Everyone entered the new universe. At the same time, some of the people on the Yonko who had cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra also entered the depths of the new universe. Originally, after the Dharma Saint became the spell ancestor, he seemed to be dead set on working for Gu Qinsha. Unfortunately, he suddenly disappeared. Clearly, he had gone to rely on Mr. No 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 and the others. A new world, a new universe. Everyone is developing their own spirit force and creating a new world, causing the world to grow bigger and richer. All living beings don't depend on others, but on themselves. They don't fight, they only create. In such a world, the law has no meaning. There's no need to fight for material things, and everyone is infinitely wealthy. What's the use of the law then? This was Gu Qinsha's evaluation of the Dharma Saint. Therefore, the Dharma Saint chose to leave. He felt that his Tao of law was completely useless in the new world. The new world didn't need his ideals. Therefore, he chose the old world. The meaning of his existence was law. He could only embrace his law and disappear along with the old world. The new universe began to operate. After everything was set up, Gu Qinsha left the new universe. With so many people in the new universe reaching the heavenly Tao realm, they had the ability to protect themselves. Mr. No 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 could infiltrate them. Naturally, Gu Qinsha began to make arrangements in the human world. He made the human world into a cage for Mr. No 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 and the others, slowly weakening their power. At the same time, he protected many living beings from being eroded by the old world. While protecting all living beings, he also suppressed Mr. No 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 and the others. This was extremely difficult. Even with Gu Qinsha's current cultivation base, he couldn't do it. He suppressed Mr. No 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 in the Eternal Continent, but he still failed. Not only did he fail, but Mr. No 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 and Mr. No 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 joined forces to destroy the entire continent. Not a single living being was left behind. Long Zai Tian, which Gu Qinsha had painstakingly created, was also destroyed. Chapter 1036. Middle way in another universe. Many people gathered together. These people were Mr. Wu Wu, Mr. Wu Xan, Mr. Wu Wei, and Mr. Wu Xiang. Dharma Saint, Fa Wu Xian, the fourth Gu Huasha, the Great Spirit God, and Long Xiangtian. Mr. Wu Wu was the leader of these people. He still wore a black cloak, and his face couldn't be seen. Mr. Wu Xian, Wu Wei, and Mr. Wu Xiang were the same. But so was the fourth Gu Huasha. Fa Wu Xian looked at Gu Huasha and was shocked. He felt that his strength was weaker than Gu Huasha. Originally, after he escaped, he had wanted to kill everyone with his overwhelming hatred. However, Mr. Wu Xiang had stopped him, so he had no other choice. Now, he had completely woken up. With his current strength, it wasn't enough for him to take revenge. Therefore, He had to cultivate to the 9th level of the undying realm before he could take revenge on everyone. In Fa Wuxian's heart, there was no one he couldn't kill. Gu Chunsha had to die, Gu Huasha had to die, the Great Spirit God had to die, and even Mr. Wu Xiang and the others who saved him had to die. Not dying wasn't enough to vent his anger. Not dying wasn't enough for him to think clearly. The humiliation he had suffered these days was worse than death. Even now, when he saw the people who knew that he had become a dog, he wanted to die. Hate, hate, hate. These were all Fa Wuxian's thoughts. Other than hate, he couldn't find any other emotions. If he could vent his anger, he wouldn't hesitate to kill himself. Fa Wuxian is dangerous. He's not human anymore. He's the embodiment of hatred. Dharma Saint saw this and suddenly said to the 4th Gu Huasha, although we're working together, we can't trust this person. Is there a way to kill him and devour him so that he can't turn back? This matter is simple. The 4th Gu Huasha had swallowed the Emperor of Heaven's pill, and his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. He was just a step away from comprehending the supreme, undying realm, so he was not afraid of Fa Wuxian. However, he also felt that Fa Wuxian was a huge threat, and he could not let him live. Then when do we make our move? The Dharma Saint was a little worried. If we let Fa Wuxian cultivate to the undying realm, I'm afraid the first thing he will do is to kill us. This person is definitely not to be trusted. He only has resentment. Mr. Wu Wu and the rest will stop us. We have to think of a foolproof plan. Just wait and see. Mr. Wu Wu and the rest will attack Gu Chunsha. Gu Chunsha will definitely retaliate in a frenzy, and they won't be able to fend for themselves. If that's the case, we'll have a chance. After I devour the Celestial Emperor's medicinal pill, it's not impossible for my cultivation base to suppress Fa Wuxian. I have absolute confidence that this person must die. Gu Huasha said, just the 2 of us will be enough to deal with this matter. A good chance. Long Shangtian watched coldly from the side. Fa Wuxian is too dangerous. He must die. However, it seems that Gu Huasha wants to attack first, so I'll wait until both of them are injured. Then, we'll devour them and obtain their power. That way, we might be able to reach the supreme, undying realm. That Gu Chincha's sacrifice and the Dragonless Heart Sutra's spirit power are all bullsh, *T. I definitely won't believe such nonsense. These people are scheming against each other, and Mr. Wu Wu doesn't seem to care. So this is my chance. Since ancient times, I, the Great Spirit God, have schemed against the world. Although I've been humiliated countless times, as long as I don't die, I can make a comeback. This Fa Wuxian was humiliated by me, and the first thing he wants to do is to kill me. I can't let him live, the Great Spirit God was also thinking. To him, surviving was the most important thing. Gu Chunsha would not kill him after capturing him, and Mr. Wu would not kill him either. Only Fa Wuxian had to kill him. So he was clear that he had to kill Fa Wuxian to have a good life. Otherwise, his fate would be bleak. Everyone had their own plans, and Mr. Wu Wu and the rest were doing their best to send some kind of will into the human world. They set up a formation, and black chi came out of the formation as if they were going to condense into some kind of law. Countless runes and black chi condensed into a massive net of law, which covered this universe before spreading out to other universes. From then on, the mortal world has the heavenly Tao. There is only one heavenly Tao rule, and that is the conservation of energy. Anyone who wants to become stronger must devour others. Those who violate this rule must die and no longer exist. If the conservation of energy is not maintained, then the heaven and earth is not the heaven and earth. Mr. Wu Wu Wu's will spread out. This was their plan, and if the human world really had such a law, anyone who cultivated the dragonless cultivation technique would immediately die. All of Gu Chincha's plans would become nothing more than a pipe dream. However, at this moment, a universe was suddenly born in the distance. This universe was extremely vast, and it was completely different from the old universe in the past. The potential of this universe was limitless, and there was no limit at all. It was in the shape of a heart, and as it wriggled, it gushed out energy and poured into the human realm, causing the human realm to expand at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, a new universe would be born in the human realm. Rumble. The black sheet gathered by Mr. Woo Woo and the others was immediately swept back. It was actually repelled by the essence of the human realm, and it couldn't penetrate it at all. Only he knew that the birth of a new universe represented the birth of a new heavenly Tao. The new heavenly Tao was a kind of order and a kind of law. From a certain point of view, the old order was basically the conservation of energy. A living being, from weak to strong, had to devour the energy of others. In this way, the heavenly Tao of the entire universe would devour and devour each other. The new order was about unlimited energy. Each living being had unlimited energy. The reason they came to this world was that the more they gave it, the more strength the world would allow them to display. For example, in the old world, how much spiritual energy did a person need to absorb to become a Tao realm transformation expert? When converted to energy, it was a number. In a new world, in order to become a Tao realm transformation expert, how much spiritual energy did one have to give to the world? Only then would one be able to achieve Tao realm transformation strength. In normal terms, in the old world, if a person wanted to become an official, such as a county magistrate, he had to kill another county magistrate and replace him. In the new world, he had to take out a corresponding amount of wealth, and the imperial court would naturally give him the position of county magistrate. This was the fundamental clash between the old world and the new world. This is the birth of a new world. Gu Chunsha has created a new world, a new law, and a new cultivation system. The fourth Gu Huasha, Fa Wuxian, Dharma Saint, and the others' bodies trembled as they saw the new universe being born. This new universe gave off an aura that they had never seen before, and it attracted their essence to it. At the same time, the birth of a new universe caused many powerful existences to want to enter it. They felt that in this new universe, they would be able to obtain true eternity, boundless and invincible. Gu Qinsha has created a new universe. At that moment, in another place in the human world, the Confucianism ancestor and the Justice League's people gathered together to discuss an important matter. In the last imperial court battle, the Justice League's 36 ancestors and the Evil Alliance's 36 ancestors had been beaten up by Gu Chansha, and they had suffered heavy losses. The Justice League's ancestor of personal loyalty had been completely taken away, and he had become an ordinary person, while his godson had become Xian's ancestor of personal loyalty. The Evil Alliance's situation was even worse, and the ancestor of evil and evil ancestor had both been demoted. Because of this, the Confucianism ancestor and the others had always obeyed Gu Qinsha, but because Gu Chansha was powerful, they had no choice but to submit. If they had the opportunity, they would definitely act against Gu Qinsha. These people were now the great Yonko-S subjects in name, but they were secretly thinking of ways to break free from Gu Qinsha's rule. When news of the Gu Qinsha's Fa Wuxian and the Great Spirit God being rescued, the Fourth and Dharma Saint rebelling, and the Emperor of Heaven's medicinal pills being stolen spread out, these ancestor experts were all overjoyed. In actuality, none of them wanted to have a ruler above them. Ancestor experts now stood at the peak, and they could freely travel between universes and enjoy boundless bliss. How could they want Gu Chansha to restrict them? Although there were some ancestor experts who had successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, they still didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude towards Gu Qinsha. They even wanted to use the Dragonless Heart Sutra to suppress Gu Chansha, the creator. The Confucianism ancestor had successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, but he didn't think that the creation of the Dragonless Heart Sutra was the truth. He believed that the old world's Tao of devouring was also possible, and the Dragonless Heart Sutra wasn't bad either. If the two were balanced, in an absolute balance, then that would be the golden mean. Confucianism emphasized the golden mean and would never take certain things to the extreme. Chapter 1037. A brand new life chapter 1034. A new life Confucianism ancestor. Now that that thing has appeared, which side should we stand on? The ancestor Mercy was also thinking about this. We won't rely on anyone. We'll form our own system and let Gu Chun Sha and that terrifying thing fight each other. When both of them are injured, that will be the best time for us to rise up. In fact, many people have the same idea. That Fa Wuxian doesn't really want to follow that terrifying thing. But we still need to be prepared for that thing to come after us. Confucian ancestors said, we really need to think of a foolproof plan for this matter. Otherwise, we might be devoured by that terrifying thing. Compared to that, ancient dust sand is better. How about this? AI Zoo, your cultivation is the highest. Go to the new universe of the new world and see what it is. If there's a need, we can hide inside. I've been thinking about this for a long time. AI Zoo said, actually, it's all about benefits. We'll follow whoever benefits us. That's what I think. I've been asking around these past few days, and I found out that Zhuge Ye, Liu Baiwei, and the others have all reached the heavenly Dao realm, and their heavenly Dao realm is much stronger than Zhao Jiangshan's. I found out that the new world's heavenly Dao is far stronger than the old world's heavenly Dao. That's why we need to reach the heavenly Dao level. We can go to the new world and obtain the new heavenly Dao. That way, we'll be much stronger than the average heavenly Dao. Zhao Jiangshan was single-handedly created by us. Our righteous and evil alliance created the righteous and evil universes, and the first heavenly Dao level expert actually appeared from it. This is all because of Gu Chencha's persecution, or else we would have long since become heavenly Dao. The ancestor of Mercy was indignant. But why is the new world's heavenly Dao so much stronger than the old one? Does that mean the old world is inferior to the new? If that's the case, do we have to choose the new world and abandon the old? No, my philosophy is still to obtain new things, but I won't abandon the old. We have to combine the old with the new, surpass the ancient sand, surpass that terrifying thing. Our principles, our glory, will spread across billions of space-time, throughout the past, present, and future. We also have to create the most perfect world, the best system. Gu Qinsha is nothing. What's that thing? Our Confucian school's benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, loyalty, and filial piety are the best. The Confucianism ancestor's voice rang out. Confucianism ancestor, let's go take a look. The ancestor of love wanted to drag Confucianism ancestor along. All right, we'll go scout the way in a new world. In the end, we'll be the experts who have reached the heavenly Dao realm. The Confucianism ancestor thought about it. He had wanted the ancestor of love to scout the way first. Even though the Confucianism ancestor was the leader of the Justice League, in actuality, the ancestor of love had the highest cultivation and was unfathomable. In order to maintain his authority, the Confucianism ancestor had suppressed the ancestor of love in all sorts of situations. However, the ancestor of love was incredibly powerful and had roped in a group of people to fight against the Confucianism ancestor. The two of you are the most powerful out of us, so exploring the new world and discovering the benefits is something we strongly support. At that moment, almost all of the ancestor realm experts agreed. The Confucianism ancestor and the ancestor of love each had their own plans, but they had to work together. Swish! The two of them joined together and turned into a beautiful rainbow that passed through boundless space and arrived at the edge of the new world. A huge new world, a new universe appeared in front of them. This new universe was constantly emitting spiritual chi, immortal chi, and immortal energy. All of these energies were injected into the human realm, causing the essence of the human realm to grow stronger at all times. What was more frightening was that the immortal energy contained the consciousness of the new world. Under the influence of this, living beings born in the depths of the human realm would automatically cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra, comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and accept the consciousness of the new world instinctively. For example, the creatures affected by the old world's ideas would instinctively want to eat as soon as they were born. As for the creatures born in the New World, they would want to contribute their spirit power to the world and create spirit chi or other substances. That was the difference. Of course, the creatures born in the Old World had a drawback. After they were born, if they did not absorb energy from the outside world, they would not be able to live and would die. However, it was impossible for them to know the Dragonless Heart Sutra the moment they were born. Hence, at the start, they could only maintain their own lives and slowly comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, gradually developing their own spirit force. After that, they would repay the karma to the world and finally leave their body. I wonder what the New World is like, the goddess of love said to the Confucianism ancestor. We have to be careful when passing through the crystal wall. We've cultivated the dragonless mental cultivation method and can pass through the crystal wall. I think we have to deal with it. The crystal wall is a huge obstacle for creatures who haven't cultivated the dragonless mental cultivation method. The Confucianism ancestor activated his dragonless mental cultivation method. At that moment, the ancestor of love also activated his dragonless mental cultivation method. The two of them directly passed through the crystal wall and landed in the New World. But as soon as they touched the gray space, the entire New World seemed to possess some sort of power that instantly stripped them of their cultivation bases. Everything that carried the mark of the Old World vanished into nothingness. When they landed on the ground, the two of them did not have any divine abilities and had become ordinary people. What's going on? What's going on? The ancestor of love and the Confucianism ancestor were completely flustered. Their greatest reliance was their cultivation, but now that it had been destroyed, they could not accept this. They landed on a grassy area in the New World. The grassy area was lush and green, and there were countless flowers growing on it. Among the flowers, there were small streams of spring water that looked like jade. This was like a paradise on earth. Looking around, there seemed to be grassy areas, fresh flowers, and spring water everywhere. In the distance, there were purple mountains covered in snow, and the air was filled with a refreshing smell. This was the New World. A group of children sang folk songs as they walked over. There were boys and girls among them, and the leader was a young girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old. Today you came here to cultivate. Remember, today's lesson is to release your spirit power to enrich and beautify the entire world. Immediately, the group of children started to get busy on the grassy area. They did not pick flowers, nor did they play. Instead, they all activated their dragonless mental cultivation method, releasing their spirit power into the grassy area. One of the children seemed to release a very powerful spirit power. During the process, with him as the center, the grassy area in a circumference of several kilometers actually gave birth to spirit stones. These spirit stones accumulated, forming a statue that was as tall as a person. The statue looked like Guqinsha. Spirit stone statues appeared out of nowhere, appearing on the grassy area, causing the spirit chi in the grassy area to become even denser. The grass grew, swaying in the wind, and cheers could be heard. Pung! The child unleashed his spirit force, creating 81 spirit stone idols. Suddenly, his entire body changed. His entire person dissipated, transforming into a ball of magic. Within this magic, a lot of immortal chi was born, and it began to circulate once again. This was the Tao Realm 20 transformation, gathering and scattering impermanence realm. In the past, people who cultivated to such a level could give up on spiritual energy and start to absorb celestial energy. But now in the New World, such a person would give celestial energy to the world. So. After this child cultivated to the Tao Realm 20 transformation, gathering and scattering impermanence realm, he condensed into a child form once more. He flew in front of Confucianism ancestor and ancestor of love and looked at them. You are new, right? It is obvious that you came from the Old World. Although you have cultivated the dragonless mental cultivation method, you have stayed in the Old World for too long, and your bodies have been tainted by the Old World's essence. So, when you passed through the New World's crystal wall, you were rejected by the world. Your cultivation wasn't absorbed by the new world. The new world doesn't need to absorb anything. The new world's heavenly Tao is to give and expand. What we need to cultivate is to continuously release our spirit power. Only then will we become stronger. Who are you? Confucianism ancestor and ancestor of love had lost all their strength and were like ordinary people. They didn't have any abilities and were really afraid that someone would come to kill them. Don't worry. In the new world, there is no killing, no plundering, no hatred, and no fighting. Everyone is focused on releasing their spirit power to create the world. The child said, because we can use our hearts to create all materials, there is no point in fighting for resources. I am not a special person. I am just a child in the new world. My current level, in the words of the old world, is just a child. I didn't expect a small child in the new world to have such knowledge. Ancestor of love and Confucianism ancestor were shocked. Then how can we recover our strength? It is simple to increase strength. Keep releasing spirit power to create the world. The more you give to the world, the more authority you will have. Actually, strength and realm are just a stage for the new world to show off. You can think of realm as an official position in the old world. How much money you give to the new world will give you that position. Of course, money refers to your spirit power. Official is your realm. The child explained to Confucianism ancestor and ancestor of love. Now, the creator of the new world is coming up with another way to describe realms. When the time comes, you will know. For example, I released a total of spirit power and created 150,000 kilograms of spirit stones to give to the new world. The new world allowed me to display Tao, realm, 20 transformation cultivation. Actually, everyone's spirit force is boundless and boundless. If we release all of our spirit force, there's no other power that can describe it. However, this world restricts the space we can unleash our power. Only by providing energy to the world can it expand, allowing us to unleash our power. The more energy we provide to the world, the greater the space we can unleash our power. At that moment, the leading girl said, if the two of you can give such a huge amount of spirit power to the new world, then you will be able to display ancestor realm cultivation. Chapter 1038. Time to die. Ancestor of love and Confucianism ancestor finally gave up. They knew the real reason. The moment they entered the new world, all their cultivation had been absorbed by the old world. This meant that even if they returned to the old world, they would still be ordinary people. This meant that they could not go back. They could only cultivate in the new world. It was like giving up all of your wealth and status to go to another country. If you wanted to go back, your wealth and status wouldn't be waiting for you. It's over, it's over. Confucianism ancestor was depressed. We have to start all over again. We have no way out. Who would have thought that the new world would be so dangerous, taking away all of our power? There's nothing we can do about it. Thankfully, there's no fighting, no killing, and no dark side to this place. It's absolutely safe here. In fact, it doesn't seem like there's any death here. Even if we lose our magic powers, we won't die. We can live our lives in peace. AI Zoo was quite open-minded. I'm afraid this is a good ending for us. The problem is that we've lost all of our power. If the new world is destroyed, we won't be able to escape. All we can do is die with Gu Qinsha. Confucianism ancestors said, we still have a huge foundation in the human world. We have huge families there. Once we lose our support, our families will probably be wiped out. No, I have to negotiate with Gu Qinsha and get him to return our cultivation. We have to return to the old world. What right do we have to negotiate with Gu Qinsha? Ancestor of love said, we can only cultivate here and use the dragonless heart technique to create power. Actually, I can feel it. The cultivation in the new world is many times stronger than in the old world. For example, someone at the same level in the new world can beat 100 people in the old world. Indeed, at this time, the Confucianism ancestor also realized it. Although they had lost their powers and had become ordinary people, their vision and vast experience were still there. The experience of the old world was somewhat similar to the experience of the new world. In terms of cultivation, their comprehension and changes were also the same. It was just that the old world absorbed power, while the new world emitted power. Confucianism ancestor observed the children on the grassland and discovered a fact. In other words, at the same realm, the people of the new world were 100 times stronger than the people of the old world, or even more. Why was that? They couldn't understand. In other words, if we cultivate the heavenly Tao in this new world, we'll be more than 100 times stronger than Jiangshan. Immediately, they began to cultivate as well. Your cultivation is still very clumsy. I suggest that you go to the Dragonless Academy's newcomer division. They specialize in accepting people from the outside world who have lost all their powers. After a series of training, your ability to unleash spirit force will increase by many times, and your cultivation speed will be faster. Everyone's spirit is a treasure mountain, but excavating a treasure mountain also requires technique. It isn't that simple and is even more complicated than the cultivation methods of the old world. The lady in the lead said, "All living beings in the new world have the responsibility to help each other. Since you guys have transmigrated here, I will inform the person in charge of the Dragonless Academy's newcomer division to receive you." Rumble. The lady in the lead seemed to have activated some kind of signal. In an instant, a rainbow appeared in the sky and descended, sweeping up the Confucianism ancestor and the ancestor of love, bringing them to a majestic academy. This academy looked incomparably huge, standing tall on the ground. Each building was hundreds of thousands of kilometers tall, like the palaces of a supergiant. Countless students were flying here, and they're densely packed. There were people in the sky and on the ground, but they were all in an orderly manner, and there were no conflicts. As these people flew, their bodies emitted spirit chi, immortal chi, or even undying energy. These energies continuously fused into the depths of the world, making the world more colorful. Confucianism ancestor of love, welcome to the new world. When the two of them landed in a large hall in the academy, a young man appeared in front of them. The two of them recognized him. He was an official of the Yanko Academy, called Yu Yang. This hall is actually... The Confucianism ancestor landed on the ground and discovered that the material of this hall was Destiny Stone. The so-called Destiny Stone was the essence of the heaven realm, a supreme power condensed from the essence of fate. Even if a mortal obtained it, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. The throne of the Emperor of Heaven was made of Destiny Stone. Whoever obtained the throne of the Emperor of Heaven would be the Emperor of Heaven. Back then, the throne of the Emperor of Heaven definitely did not contain as many Destiny Stones as this one did. Looking at the Destiny Stones in the hall, the Confucianism ancestor and the ancestor of love both wanted to devour and refine them. That way, their cultivation would be able to reach the heavens in a single step, and it would not be too difficult for them to return to the ancestor realm. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the Confucianism ancestor and the ancestor of love, Yu Yang smiled and said, "Sirs, do you want to devour the Destiny Stones here? But let me tell you, this is the new world. You have to get rid of all of the old world's thoughts of plundering. In the new world, plundering anything won't increase your cultivation. Instead, it will cause you to be consigned to eternal damnation. With your intelligence, you should know this. You have both reached the ancestor realm in the new world, so changing your way of thinking is not too difficult. All right, the two of you still have a lot of fate. After you recover your strength here, you'll be thousands of times more powerful than before. After that, you can return to the new world and change it. This is the mission of the new world's people. How can we cultivate to quickly increase our strength? The ancestor of love had completely changed his way of thinking. The Dragonless cultivation technique's essence is to activate your spirit power and create all sorts of source materials according to what the new world needs to enrich the new world. All of us are the masters of the new world. The two of you have already cultivated the Dragonless cultivation technique and can create spirit chi. However, when you came in, you still had the way of thinking of the new world. As such, you were rejected by the new world and lost all of your power. However, as long as you quickly cultivate, it will be normal for your power to return. Now, try to use the dragonless cultivation technique to create spirit chi. Yu Yang told the two of them a series of cultivation techniques. The ancestor of love and the Confucianism ancestor immediately started to cultivate. The power of the dragonless cultivation technique shone on their bodies, and at the start, waves of spirit chi flowed out from their bodies. Then it surged out like a flood and spread out. Crackling sounds could be heard as the two of them worked for 2 hours. It was impossible to tell how much spiritual energy they had produced. The spiritual energy transformed into spirit liquid, which flowed out and converged into a river, which then condensed into spirit stones. Kacha. After the two of them created large amounts of spirit stones, they finally started to transform into Tao Realm 20 transformation stage experts. Good, not bad. The two of you cultivate much faster than normal living beings in the New World. After all, you were once Ancestor Realm experts. Actually, there is death in the New World. If you stop sending out your spirit power, then at a certain point in time, the New World will wipe out all evidence of your existence. To you, that is the same as dying. You can think of the New World as a house. Once you enter, you have to pay rent. If you don't, then the landlord will chase you out. However, actually, all of us have no life and no death. Even if we die, only our mark on this world will be wiped out. Of course, all of you won't be able to understand what I'm saying. This is the highest concept of the dragonless cultivation technique, which is the foundation of His Majesty Gu Chench's theory. The New World is just a transition. In the distant future, the New World will also have heaven-toppling changes. Yu Yang smiled calmly. This caused the hearts of the Confucianism ancestor and the ancestor of love to shake. They didn't dare to go against Gu Chencha anymore. After seeing this new world, they felt that going against Gu Chencha was a mistake. Gu Chencha was indeed changing this world and ruling this era. In the old world, which was the human world, Fa Wuxian was running around everywhere, killing those who had comprehended the dragonless cultivation technique. He had really gone crazy. Since he couldn't do anything to Gu Chencha, he vented all his hatred on those who had comprehended the dragonless cultivation technique. New World. Fa Wuxian traversed through countless worlds, planes, space-time, and universes. Fa Wuxian transformed into a huge black mouth. His mouth was filled with a devouring and crushing power. Any existence that came into contact with him would be devoured. At the same time, he looked at the huge new world. A new world, a new universe. It was something that could be seen at all times by people with high cultivation bases. To anyone who had cultivated to the divine level, the new world was attracting them. The aura that was being emitted from the new world was the smell of undying. It seemed that everyone could feel one thing. As long as they entered the new world, they would be free of tribulations, calamities, immeasurable, invincible, immortal, and indestructible. Every time Fa Wuxian saw the new world, the resentment in his heart would increase. Gu Chencha, you bastard. You created a new world and played with so many new tricks. Do you really think you are invincible? I must devour this new world, and I must devour it in front of you. I will destroy all your efforts. Although Fa Wuxian thought so, he didn't dare to do it. He hadn't reached the invincible immortal realm. While he was wandering in different space-time, the fourth Gu Huasha, Dharma Saint, the Great Spirit God, and others had gathered. Are we absolutely sure we can kill Fa Wuxian this time? We can't let him reach the invincible immortal realm. Otherwise, we will be the first to die, Dharma Saint said. I'm absolutely sure. The fourth Gu Huasha smiled coldly. Chapter 1039. Everyone wants to kill Chapter 1035-inch. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Dharma Saint didn't think much of it. Look at the New World. Ever since the birth of the New World, many universes have been born in the human realm. The heavenly Daos of these universes are getting stronger and stronger. There might be heavenly Daos experts among them. I even suspect that there are already heavenly Taoist experts in the human realm. There will be more and more people like Zhao Jiangshan. You've thought of this very well. The fourth Gu Huasha stopped and looked at the entire human realm. The human realm was so big that he couldn't imagine it. At a glance, even with his current cultivation, he couldn't see the end of it. What entered his eyes was one universe after another. They were densely packed, and space and time were constantly changing. Some universes were big, some were small, and some were strangely shaped. It seemed that some extremely powerful existence was brewing in them. In the depths of the void, all kinds of universes were constantly being born. It could be seen that the human realm was an ocean of universes. Compared to the human realm, each universe was just a drop of water in the ocean. Now, in the eyes of the fourth Gu Huasha, there were countless universes. And the new world was the creator of the universes. Every time the new world was spat out, it could create the embryonic form of a universe in the entire human world. It looked like a child blowing bubbles, blowing out many bubbles in one breath and floating in the air. And the bubbles that the new world blew were universes after universes. This was the power of the new world. Even the powerful fourth brother, Gu Huasha, was still insignificant in front of the current human world. Among the countless universes in the human world, he felt that in the future, or even now, there would be countless powerful existences born. As long as he didn't reach the immortal level 9, he would still be overtaken by some small fries. Moreover, he felt that there were some powerful existences in the new world that could make him fear them. I heard that the heavenly Tao in the new world is extremely tyrannical. If an expert who has reached the heavenly Tao realm in the new world is more than 100 times stronger than the heavenly Tao in the old world, I don't believe this. The Dharma saint said, "How could there be such a thing? I don't believe it either." However, Gu Chunsha is quite powerful. We have to admit that even if Mr. Wu Wu and the others joined forces, they would still be extremely fearful of Gu Chunsha. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. I know that Liu Baiwei and the rest have also cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm, but I definitely don't believe that she's stronger than me. Otherwise, there's no point in us cultivating at all. The fourth Gu Huasha sneered. Actually, this is a kind of publicity strategy. Gu Chunsha has a lot of ideas. If that's true, then it's too terrifying. At the same realm, the people in the new world are 100 times stronger than the people in the old world. If that's the case, then who would still cultivate in the old world? They would all run to the new world. The warlock saint said, "Moreover, I've also heard that there is no such thing as a bottleneck when cultivating in the new world. There is also no need to comprehend anything. Everything is natural. For example, if a person wants to cultivate from the first transformation to the second transformation in the old world, they need to comprehend a certain realm. If the realm isn't there, then even if you absorb enough spiritual energy, it's useless, and you won't be able to cultivate no matter what. But in the new world, as long as you create a certain amount of spiritual energy, you can directly advance. It's just like buying and selling. How much spiritual energy do you contribute to the new world, and the new world will give you the corresponding realm? I always feel that this is an evil path, not the right path, which realm doesn't need to comprehend. I also heard about this. This is Gu Chincha's theory. Realm is actually the authority that the world gives you to display your strength. The more you give to the world, the more authority the world gives you, and the more power you can display. It's really like buying and selling. This theory isn't without reason, but I keep feeling that something isn't right. The fourth Gu Huasha said, "Is a person's spirit force really limitless, and it's much stronger than the entire human world? Is everyone's spirit force invincible and limitless? Let's not think about this matter." The Dharma saint waved his hand, "But Gu Huasha, let me ask you something. If you cultivate in the new world and you're at the same realm, but you're 100 times stronger than us, will you cultivate in the new world?" "I won't. I feel that this is a crooked path." "I don't think so. I think this is a crooked path. Everything Gu Chunsha has done is seeking his own destruction. He may look glorious now, but he is actually on the verge of collapse. This person is too arrogant. He wants to change the original rules of the world with his own power. Some things cannot be changed. Once changed, it will collapse. The order of the world is actually very fragile. Look, the new world is squirming now. Universes will be born at every moment, just like blowing bubbles. If this goes on, there will be many universes appearing in the human world every day. If this goes on, the void will be squeezed until it explodes. At that time, how can the void accommodate these universes? Sooner or later, the void will be squeezed until it explodes. At that time, it will be our doomsday. No one will be able to survive. Therefore, if we want to survive, we must start a stop Guqinsha now. We must maintain the current state of the world. Otherwise, after the void explodes, it will be too late for regrets. There is indeed such a concern. Actually, Mr. Wu Wu and the others also have the same thoughts. They are afraid that the number of people cultivating the Dragonless Mental Sutra will increase. If all of them were to pour out their energy, the world wouldn't be able to withstand it and would eventually be destroyed. Because no one can predict what will happen in the future. The Dharma saint said, "Look, Fa Wuxian has entered our encirclement. He entered that universe. The heavenly Tao energy in that universe is ferociously brewing. Very soon, a heavenly Tao realm expert will be born. Therefore, he went to devour it. As expected, Fa Wuxian entered a huge universe. From the outside, this universe is still in the shape of an egg. Inside, there are the sun, moon, and stars everywhere. There are also countless planets and rivers of stars. This universe seems to be a universe with a technological civilization. Many planets in the universe have entered the interstellar era. There are trillions of planets in the universe. Each planet is extremely huge and nurtured countless life forms. Some of the life forms nurtured by these planets can cross the universe the moment they are born. They have the cultivation of the heaven primal realm and even the heaven longevity realm. Just like in the heaven realm back then, Wan Xinchi and the others were born from there. They were born as primal chaos ancient life forms and have the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Now, this universe is filled with planets. It is much bigger than the heaven realm back then. It seems to have matured. The life forms of the planets are fighting and worshiping each other. The heavenly Tao energy starts to boil. At the core of the universe, a sacred embryo is condensed. After this sacred embryo is condensed, it is very likely that it will become a heavenly Tao realm expert. It will become the strongest existence in this universe, the strongest ruler. And this kind of universe was Fa Wuxian's favorite. There is no meaning for Fa Wuxian to devour other universes that had not matured yet. This was because those universes were like fruits that had not matured yet. They did not have any nutrients and were not delicious at all. And now, this universe is the best delicacy. Fa Wuxian specially roams this mortal world, looking for such mature universes to devour. From there, he can strengthen himself in an attempt to reach the 9th level of the Undying Realm. And this place is a trap set up by the 4th Guhuasha, the Great Spirit God, and Dharma Saint. These people know that if Fa Wuxian doesn't die, they won't be able to live a day in peace. They will be devoured by this madman at any time. At this time, other than the 4th Guhuasha, there are also experts like Zhang Ziren and Zhang Yiren. They didn't go to the New World, but chose to observe. However, they didn't rely on Mr. Wu Wu either. On the surface, Zhang Ziren is still a subject of Gu Chencha's Yanko. Of course, he is in a state where he listens but doesn't listen to orders. He has formed a small group in the imperial court. Fa Wuxian has entered this universe. Let's start planning. Zhang Ziren appeared beside Gu Huasha. Following Zhang Ziren are many Ancestor Realm experts. These days, almost all the Ancestor Realm experts in the mortal world are on tenterhooks, afraid that they will be devoured by Fa Wuxian. Even someone like Long Xiang Tian feels that Fa Wuxian isn't a good thing and must be eliminated. Therefore, he is now working together with the 4th. Long Xiang Tian hates Gu Chunsha to the bone, and Fa Wuxian hates Gu Chunsha to the bone. The two should work together, but Long Xiang Tian feels that Fa Wuxian might devour him at any time. After all, Gu Chunsha didn't kill him, and if Fa Wuxian has the chance, he won't let him go. Therefore, Long Xiang Tian agrees to eliminate Fa Wuxian immediately. Here, more than 1,000 Ancestor Realm experts have gathered. Fa Wuxian has incurred the wrath of the masses. He's done for. Above another universe ocean, in the void, Lu Baiwe, Zhugeya, and Wenhong are looking at the universe with billions of stars and the arrangements of the fourth and the others. Fa Wuxian won't live for long. However, after he falls, I wonder who will benefit from it. Were the arrangements for us to come here? To witness the birth of a fortuitous encounter? Jin Suebo asked. His current strength is still slightly inferior to Lu Baiwe, Zhugeya, Wenhong, and the others. We are here to observe the changes and protect the people who have cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra. In the old world, every person who has cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra is a precious treasure of our new world. We can't afford to lose them. Moreover, many people have joined hands to kill Fa Wuxian, which will destroy this universe and even the surrounding universes. In these universes, there are millions of people who have comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra. If all of them are destroyed, our losses will be too great. Wenhong said, right, the things that the fourth is worried about, are they reasonable? At this time, Longevity God asked, the birth of the universe is too fast. Sooner or later, the void will explode. Chapter 1040. Crazy Counterattack. Longevity God. You have to understand, for us, this world is actually just a temporary residence. Just like how we live here, our bodies are immortal and have nothing to do with the world, fate, cause and effect, space-time. Even if the void explodes, it has nothing to do with us. For each of us who have comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra, only our hearts are our own. The world is just a reflection of our hearts. Therefore, your worries are unnecessary. Zhuge waved his hand. The reason why the fourth is worried is because he didn't see through something, causing him to babble all day long. No one knows what he's doing. It's all useless. I see. It seems like I'm about to comprehend this truth. At that time, even if everything around us is destroyed, we will still exist. That is true immortality. Longevity God pondered. All right, look. The heavenly Tao in this universe is starting to boil. Knowing that danger is coming, it has started to gather. The Son of Destiny, the Son of Heaven, has appeared to fight against the invasion of Fa Wuxian. Lu Baiwe said, sure enough, in this vast universe, the heavenly Tao's power had sensed the invasion of Fa Wuxian and started to choose the Son of Destiny and the Son of Heaven to fight against the Son of Heaven. The universe itself had its own will. It couldn't allow itself to be devoured by Fa Wuxian. However, the universe's instinct couldn't turn into a human to fight against it. It could only choose the Son of Heaven, just like how the heavenly Tao chose the Emperor of Heaven. In the universe of the Endless Land, the heavenly Tao's instinct couldn't show itself. So, it chose a spokesperson, the Emperor of Heaven. After a series of battles, the Emperor of Heaven stood out, but he still couldn't save the Endless Land. The time in this universe has started to speed up. Look, that's the Son of Heaven. That's because this Star River universe is way bigger than the Endless Mainland back then. Therefore, the moment the Son of the Heavens Tao was born, he was way stronger than the Heavenly Emperor back then. Lu Baiwen and the rest of the crowd were watching without stopping. Indeed, when Fa Wuxian was engulfing, the universe instinctively resisted. At the same time, time in the universe accelerated. Only a few breaths had passed outside, but several thousand years had passed inside. Under everyone's gaze, within the universe, an insignificant figure began to rise. This minor character had started out as a useless prince of an empire on a planet. He had been ostracized and bullied. Suddenly, he had a fortuitous encounter and began to mature. He led troops to fight other planets, and he grew to become a major power. Then he began to expand. Over the course of 1,000 years, he experienced countless joys and sorrows, love and hate, and finally, he became a magnate, unified the universe, and became deathless. At this time, Fa Wuxian began to infiltrate into this universe. His aura infected countless living beings, giving birth to devourers. These devourers were like parasites, constantly devouring the universe. From the outside, Fa Wuxian's devouring process was very simple. He directly transformed into a huge black gas that enveloped the entire universe. Then, this black gas squirmed nonstop and began to seep into the fetal membrane of the universe's crystal wall to digest it. Devouring was one thing, but digestion was another. Right now, Fa Wuxian was like a huge snake that had swallowed cattle and sheep into its stomach. Then it began to stimulate the acid in its stomach to digest it. Fa Wuxian's digestion process was the same. After he devoured the universe, the devouring power in his body gradually seeped into the universe, turning into many powerful existences, devourers, and then all the living beings in the universe were devoured. In the end, the universes will completely disintegrated and withered away. Then, the universe would collapse and die. There would no longer be any possibility of resisting him. He would obtain the experience of all the living beings in the universe, the essence of a universe's evolution, and from there his power would increase. However, the process of Fa Wuxian devouring the universe was not very smooth. The devourers were met with resistance from the son of the heavenly Tao, who led the living beings in the universe. The two armies fought against each other. Unexpectedly, the son of the heavenly Tao destroyed many devourers. The son of the heavenly Tao's resistance gathered a lot of power from the universe. As more and more devourers were destroyed, his cultivation base also increased. Not bad, not bad. Although Fa Wuxian devoured the universe, he encountered indigestion. When Hong laughed, "It's not that easy to digest the universe." The universe's instinct was born, and the son of the heavenly Tao actually started to resist, hindering his digestion. Moreover, the son of the heavenly Tao continued to destroy the devourers, which allowed him to temper himself. This is also because Fa Wuxian can't bear to part with the universe's fat. If he didn't use the digestion method and directly destroy the universe, it would be very difficult for the universe to resist. Longevity God said, then it would be pure destruction. Lu Baiwei waved her hand. This way, Fa Wuxian wouldn't get any benefits. He might even be injured by the universe's desperate counterattack when the universe explodes. The gains do not make up for the losses. Fa Wuxian is a madman, but he wouldn't do such a thing, because if he gets injured, it means that many people would want to kill him. Therefore, he chose to slowly devour and digest, weakening the universe's heavenly Tao bit by bit. That's the best outcome. But I don't think it's that simple. Zhang Ziren, the fourth, and the others are going to take action. Look, they have already secretly buried the foreshadowing in this universe. Now, they're also supporting the son of the heavenly Tao. When Fa Wuxian starts to be in a stalemate with this universe, they can make a move and seal Fa Wuxian. Then, with everyone's strength, we can completely destroy Fa Wuxian. When Hong said, "This Fa Wuxian doesn't even have a single friend. How pitiful." Back then, in the land of infinity, his strength was above ours. Back then, he specialized in the fief of Chansha and was beaten back by us. That insufferably arrogant look on his face. Lu Baiwei thought back to the past and felt as though it was a dream. It hasn't been that long, just a little over 1,000 years. To think that the state of the world would have turned into this. The land of infinity back then has long disappeared, replaced by the human realm, the countless universes and oceans. This is truly an era of great changes. I can't imagine what the state of the world would be like after another 1,000 years. We are fortunate to have grown up in such an era of great changes. Jean Suebawa said, "If we were still in the land of infinity back then, it would be a tragedy. The world is too small, and we would never be able to grow. Indeed, this is an era of great changes. Guys, take a look. Within this universe, people who have cultivated the dragonless mental skill are being born as well. Even the Son of the Heavens Tao has started cultivating the dragonless mental skill to fight against the devouring power of Fa Wuxian. This is my plan. At this moment, Lu Baiwe pointed at the universe and said, in order to avoid the devouring power of Fa Wuxian, the universe has to cultivate the dragonless mental skill to create something out of nothing in order to fight against the situation. And indeed, within this universe, the Son of the Heavens Tao was the first to start cultivating the dragonless mental skill, causing the power within his body to rise steadily. After that, many of his subordinates started comprehending it as well. Large numbers of people who had cultivated the dragonless mental skill were born. Their powers were raised by tens of times, and the source power of the entire universe was increasing as well. Kill. An endless amount of power started surging out as countless golden spears and armored horses appeared with an aura that could devour the mountains and rivers. This was happening right in the middle of the Star River. Fa Wuxian has been trapped. Zhang Ziren looked at the situation in the Star River. It's time for us to reap the harvest. The foreshadowing we've set up will accelerate the power of the heavenly Taos in this universe to fight against the devouring power of Fa Wuxian. But now, the Son of the Heavens Tao has actually started cultivating the dragonless mental skill. That's not what we want. If he succeeds in cultivating the dragonless mental skill, will he become a part of the new world? We're also people who have comprehended the dragonless mental skill, but we're not part of the new world either. We're still fighting against Gu Chansha. The fourth said, actually, there are many people who have cultivated the dragonless mental skill, but there are many who don't follow Gu Chansha's ideals. Gu Chansha is stubborn, and he's not a good person. Once this Son of the Heavens Tao is born, he might have cultivated the dragonless mental skill, but he won't go to the new world because once he does, he'll have to start all over again. Who can bear that? In any case, we have to be prepared. If this Son of the Heavens Tao doesn't side with us, then we'll die together with Fa Wuxian. We'll seal Fa Wuxian and refine him into a powerful weapon. Then, he'll be invincible under the imperishable realm. Zhang Ziren said, that's right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Actually, Fa Wuxian is already a half-step imperishable realm, and he's very strong. Anything under the imperishable realm is useless against him. Who knows how many universes he's devoured these days, and his devouring power has reached the highest level. If we can refine him into an artifact, we'll be many times stronger. The fourth had the same idea. Killing Fa Wuxian was secondary. More importantly, he wanted to refine Fa Wuxian into an artifact. Once Fa Wuxian was refined into an artifact, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the fourth had another idea. After refining Fa Wuxian into an artifact, he could become one with the artifact. That way, he would be able to truly comprehend the imperishable realm. He knew that only when he reached the imperishable realm would he be able to fight against Gu Chansha. Damn it, you ants! How dare you resist my devouring? That's treason. Fa Wuxian was infuriated. All of a sudden, a pure power of nothingness erupted from his body. Gu Huasha, Zhang Ziren, do you really think I don't know that you've been plotting against me? You've underestimated me. Fa Wuxian. I've been waiting for you to fall into your trap, and then I'll take you all out in one fell swoop. The world is boiling, the universe is stirring, and my power will reach the pinnacle. Comprehend the imperishable realm. Come out, rumble. Fa Wuxian's power transformed into a pure black color, without the slightest impurity. It was completely different from Heaven Tao energy. Invincible. I can't believe he's in the invincible, deathless state. Guasha exclaimed. Impossible. Chapter 1041. The universe moves in the blink of an eye. Fa Wuxian had reached the 9th level of the imperishable level. This realm was so mysterious that there were only 2 existences in the world. One was Gu Chansha, and the other was that terrifying thing. Apart from them, no matter how hard others cultivated, they couldn't reach this realm. Even Gu Huasha, who thought that he swallowed the Emperor of Heaven's pill, was far from it. To reach Undying Level 9, the supreme Undying Realm, wasn't something that could be achieved with just hard work. Even if he had cultivated to the Heavenly Tao Realm, he was still just a slightly larger ant. Because right now, universes were being born in the human world. Although there were big and small universes, theoretically speaking, each universe had a chance to give birth to a Heaven Tao Realm expert. Because of this, millions of Heaven Tao Realm experts would appear in the future. Not to mention, in the New World, there would be countless Heaven Tao Realm experts. However, these experts basically couldn't reach the Supreme Undying Realm. The Supreme Undying Realm was basically on a different level from the Heaven Tao. It was like a person who had reached gathering and dispersing impermanence realm, fighting someone who was still in the physical body realm. From Tao Realm 1 to 19 changes, no matter how strong one was, it was still the physical body. But once one reached 20 changes, the gathering and dispersing impermanence realm would become magical power that could travel freely and become chi. Then, the physical body wouldn't be able to win. Of course, once one reached the supreme, undying realm, one wouldn't be able to kill all Heaven Tao Realm experts. No matter how many Heaven Tao Realm experts worked together, they still wouldn't be a match. Actually, Gu Chunsha had built the new world and had Liu Baiwe and the others reach the Heaven Tao Realm. Although they couldn't defeat the supreme, undying realm experts, they could block the attacks of the supreme, undying realm experts for a long time, which would buy him time to save them. And now, the new world couldn't be invaded by the supreme, undying realm experts. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu Xin, Mr. Wu Wei, Mr. Wu Xiang, and the others could only think of ways to attack from the outside. It was impossible for them to infiltrate and stir up trouble. This was also the reason why Gu Chansha built the new world. It was like a tortoise shell, making it hard for these people to bite. At the same time, he would use the new world as a foundation to expand in all directions, gradually expanding it. This would cause all living beings in the world to gradually cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra, accepting their ideals, thoughts, and karma. That way, Mr. Wu Wu and the others would not have the resources to feed them and would eventually be weakened and destroyed. This was akin to boiling a frog in warm water, causing them to unknowingly fall into a desperate situation. This was an overt plot. However, Mr. Anul also knew of his predicament, and they were trying to think of a way to deal with it. They were helpless against the new world, but as the new world continued to create more universes, if they could rope in the people of these universes and accept the ideals of the old world, then Mr. Nun and the others would be able to obtain a lot of resources to strengthen themselves and produce more experts. Of course, anyone who accepted the ideals of Mr. Anul would be devoured sooner or later. This was something Gu Qinshan knew, but there were many people in the world who refused to come to their senses. Even if some of the living beings were created by Gu Qinsha, these living beings still accepted the ideals of Mr. Anul and the others. It was like how parents would give birth to an unfilial son. If the son did not listen to his parents and wanted to walk the path of death, the parents would not be able to do anything about it. Gu Qinsha was only doing his best to change things. Even with Gu Qinsha's cultivation, it was impossible for all living beings to be of the same mind as him and walk on the right path. However, as the new world was established and slowly managed, more and more people would accept the new world's ideals. These people would eventually snowball and eventually occupy all the worlds. At that time, it would be the time for the countless universes in the world to be completely changed. All of you must die. Fa Wuxian unleashed the power of the undying level, which swept out toward the fourth, Zhang Ziren, and the other progenitors. The fourth was shocked and used all of his power to clash with Fa Wuxian. Rumble. The fourth's body was shattered, but he soon reformed. Although he looked dispirited, he was still alive. Everyone, let's join forces. Don't be afraid. Fa Wuxian's invincible, imperishable level isn't actually very profound. He's intermittent, and not truly invincible, imperishable. Sometimes he's invincible, imperishable, and sometimes he's not. Clearly, he's in a very contradictory state. The fourth roared. That's why we can refine him and turn him into a weapon or a magical treasure. Rumble. With number 4 doing this, it boosted all of the Ancestor Realm experts' confidence. Immediately, all the progenitors used their power to form a great formation to suppress Fa Wuxian. You ants, just wait until I reach the invincible, imperishable level, and you'll all die. You think you can fight me? In front of me, you are all animals. Fa Wuxian was furious, and his power increased. At this time, the universe's origin in the starry river cosmos knew that it was about to be destroyed and immediately launched a peerless counterattack. Woo 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 woo, the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling resounded. In the battlefield of the starry river cosmos, the army led by the son of the heavenly Tao saw more and more devourers, and his expression changed. Your Majesty, the army of devourers is increasing in number, and they're getting fiercer and fiercer. All of a sudden, the army of devourers is 100 times stronger, and we're losing ground again and again. Is our universe going to be destroyed? The son of the heavenly Tao's name was Tang Bei. He was the prince of a planetary empire and became the son of the universe. For thousands of years, he led the army to fight against the devourers. In the starry river cosmos, planets and galaxies were occupied by the devourers, and the universe was in danger. In a moment of crisis, the son of the heavenly Tao suddenly discovered that the devourers had become dozens of times stronger in the blink of an eye. How could they fight? Heavens, is our universe going to be destroyed? I curse these devourers, the devourer ancestor behind the scenes. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill the devourer ancestor. The son of the heavenly Tao, Tang Bei's cultivation was very strong, but he hadn't reached the heavenly Tao level and was only a peak progenitor. The moment he swore, the entire starry river cosmos's heavenly Tao erupted, and in the blink of an eye, all of its power was poured into Tang Bei's body. Tang Bei's power immediately increased. Rumble. He reached the true heavenly Tao level, and he was much stronger than the Emperor of Heaven in the past. He brandished the sword in his hand. Whoosh! The sword Qi pierced through countless galaxies and reached the edge of the universe. It was unknown how many devourers were completely destroyed by this sword, and the devourers killed by the sword Qi merged with the origin of the universe, causing many planets in the universe to be born, and in this way, the time of the universe's destruction was delayed. Despicable ant. Fa Wuxian felt that the Milky Way and universe in his body seemed to be retaliating, and he was enraged once again. This is your last retaliation. Since that's the case, then I'll let you have one last time. You'll die when you're satisfied. You're just a spent force. Facing the attack of Tang Bei, an expert who had reached the heavenly Tao level, Fa Wuxian didn't care at all. It was only a little damage to his vitality. He mobilized his cultivation, turned around again, and continued to devour the fourth and other progenitors. War progenitor, fighting progenitor, anti-progenitor, evil progenitor. You people dare to join Gu Huasha to devour me. This is simply disgraceful. Aren't you afraid of being devoured? Fa Wuxian tried to split the hearts of the people. Fa Wuxian, you have gone mad, and there is no reason to speak of. Do you think you will let us go if we don't kill you? How many universes have you devoured these days? And how many progenitors have you? Did those people provoke you? If they didn't provoke you, why did you devour them? So, if you are not destroyed, the heavens will not tolerate it. We must unite against a common enemy and kill you. All the progenitors were united at this moment. With just you? Gu Huasha, you have cultivated to this level with great difficulty. Aren't you afraid that all your cultivation will be destroyed? My supreme immortal realm is not something you can compare to. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my blade. Fa Wuxian roared. Countless wisps of black gas swept out from his body and wrapped around the fourth Gu Huasha. Fa Wuxian, you're not in the supreme immortal realm now, so you can't use it for a long time. If you were in the supreme immortal realm, then we really can't do anything to you and can only wait for death. But now, do you really think we can't do anything to you? Zhang Ziren, use our trump card. The fourth Gu Huasha smiled coldly. All right, let's pray together. Zhang Ziren had already prepared for this. He roared and communicated with all the progenitors. His divine will condensed into one, and he sent a message to the countless universes of the human realm. Fa Wuxian is devouring your universes one by one. Are you still not awakened? If you are awakened, activate your heavenly Tao power and unite to suppress, seal, and kill Fa Wuxian. If he doesn't die, all the universes will be destroyed and devoured by him. Everyone will be in danger, and all the universes will turn into ashes and become his resources. At that time, he must be destroyed. There were thousands of progenitors present, and there were also Zhang Ziren, the fourth Gu Huasha, Long Shangtian, and other heavenly Tao realm experts. Especially Zhang Ziren. After all, he was the human ancestor and the original master of the human realm. Chapter 1042. Stand on the Spire. Impressive indeed. I didn't expect the fourth and Zhang Ziren to have such a trick up their sleeves. Even we didn't expect this. Lu Baiwe saw that the fourth, Zhang Ziren, and many other progenitor experts were praying, and they actually triggered the origin power of countless universes in the human realm. These universes began to be activated, and then released their power, accelerating their operation, and also joined the ranks of the resistance against Fa Wuxian. This is also Fa Wuxian's perverse actions. He has devoured many universes, and he has started to comprehend the 9th level of the immortal realm. He has angered the masses. Although the consciousnesses of these universes are weak, they can still sense that if Fa Wuxian succeeds in breaking through, they will not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. This is Fa Wuxian's doing. If it was someone else, even if it was Zhang Ziren or the fourth, they would not be able to resonate with these universes. When Hong said, "This is the accusation of the masses. Fa Wuxian is done for this time. I'm afraid Mr. Wu Wu and the others won't let Fa Wuxian die just like that." Jean Suebus said, "This is Chencha's plan. Chensha has already locked onto Mr. Incorruptible and the others. As soon as they show themselves, he will begin to capture them. Thus, Mr. Incorruptible and the others will be powerless in this battle." Zhuge Ye said, "However, we are also unable to control the situation. Right now, countless universes are beginning to awaken, and their revolutions are accelerating. Many children of the heavenly Tao will be born, which means that the experts of the heavenly Tao realm will appear like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These experts will all join the ranks of those who besiege Fa Wuxian. If nothing goes wrong, Fa Wuxian will be sealed, refined, and turned into the world's #1 magical treasure, the #1 divine weapon. Whoever obtains this magical treasure will truly achieve invincible divine powers and will be able to unleash undying power. I wonder whose hands this divine artifact will fall into. We won't fight for this divine artifact either." Longevity God said, "Our new world's philosophy is to create everything by ourselves. Aside from our own mind, everything else is external, and everything will be created. Therefore, when we see a supreme divine tool, our first thought is not to obtain it, but to create a similar divine tool." That's right. This is the ideal of our new world. No matter what great things we face, we don't have any greedy thoughts. That's why we can practice the Dragonless Heart Sutra and cultivate to a supreme realm. Lu Baiwe said, "This is a problem of philosophy. This is the philosophy of our new world. Any great divine artifact is far inferior to our hearts. If we try to snatch this divine artifact, it's like trying to snatch a bun from a beggar despite having mountains of gold and silver. How laughable and neglecting the essentials. Let's just watch from here to prevent any accidents from happening. Anyway, we can't let Fa Wuxian escape this time. However, I don't know which lucky person will be able to obtain the magic treasure that Fa Wuxian has refined. Once he obtains it, his strength will probably be above ours. Jean Suede was said. Let's see. Look, many universes have given birth to children of Heaven's Tao. Those children of Heaven's Tao are all experts in the heavenly Tao realm. Those universes have awakened and accelerated their operations. As we speak, some universes have experienced tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. Lu Baiwa pointed at many universes. Everyone could see that time in many of the universes had started to accelerate, and countless exciting stories were happening. Some main characters were born. These main characters were just like Gu Chunsha back in the mainland of infinity back then. They were able to turn any dangers into blessings. They grew, comprehended, and defeated powerful enemies one after another. In fact, there were even 2 universes that fused together, giving birth to 2 children of the Heavens Tao. They fought and killed each other, and eventually, the stronger existence was chosen. A few hours passed. Zhang Ziren, the 4th, and the others joined forces and trapped Fa Wuxian. Fa Wuxian began to counterattack and killed a few progenitors. At the same time, the formation that the 4th, Zhang Ziren, and the others had set up started to shatter. Ha ha ha! Fa Wuxian laughed maniacally. All of you are going to die this time. Ha ha ha! Fa Wuxian laughed maniacally. This time, all of you are going to die. I'm not someone that a group of ants like you can deal with. Even if you unite all the universes, I can still suppress you. Speaking of which, I have to thank that be *starred, Gu Chunsha. If he had not humiliated me like that, I would not have been able to comprehend the intense hatred in my heart. In order to thank him, I will not let him die. I will make him suffer unimaginable pain. Kill. Fa Wuxian turned into a ball of black gas and rolled around arrogantly. Countless universes could sense his evil intentions and the strongest resentment that wanted to devour the world. Bam! Suddenly, a few universes trembled. All the origins condensed, and the power of the Heaven Tao shrank. They supported the protagonists that they had chosen. Those protagonists instantly rose to the Heaven Tao realm. Who would have thought that in the human realm of a universe, there would be such a demon that threatens the lives of countless universes? He has to be killed. In a universe called the Jambu universe, the main character, the son of the Heaven Tao, appeared. He was a young man with a resolute face. He seemed to have experienced countless life and death situations and had a strong personality. Lu Baiwa looked at this Heaven Tao realm expert and saw through his fate. This son of the Heaven Tao of the Jambu universe was originally a small fry in a sect. His name was Feng Xie. He had been humiliated and had a fortuitous encounter. After experiencing love and hate, he had trained for 10,000 years and finally reached the Heaven Tao realm in the universe. Now he had rushed out and understood his mission. He joined a 4th, Zhang Ziren, and the others to besiege Fa Wuxian. At the same time, dozens of universes were catalyzed at the same time and nurtured protagonists of the Heaven Tao realm. These protagonists had trained for tens of thousands of years in their own universes. Some had even trained for hundreds of millions of years before they broke free from the restraints of the universe and reached the Heaven Tao realm. They stood out and started to besiege Fa Wuxian. Finally, Heaven Tao realm experts appeared one after another under the agitation of many universes. Each universe could only produce one Heaven Tao realm expert. However, there were some special universes that produced 2 or 3 Heaven Tao realm experts. Fa Wuxian actually influenced the changes of countless universes in the human realm. This is also Chincha's plan, right? When Hong asked Lu Baiwa. That's right. Chincha had already predicted Fa Wuxian's perverse actions. He purposely turned Fa Wuxian into a female dog and turned the great spirit god into a male dog. He kept humiliating them, causing Fa Wuxian's hatred to approach the supreme immortal realm. He destroyed many universes in the world. This was equivalent to accelerating the development of those universes, forcing out the infinite potential of the universes. Now that Fa Wuxian has gone crazy, Isn't the potential of these universes being forced out one by one? Liu Baiwei saw it clearly. Those universes accelerated the development of their potential, giving birth to one Heaven Dao realm expert after another. Didn't this add a lot of variables to the world? A brand new era is coming. From now on, there will be as many Heaven Dao realm experts as there were in the Ancestor realm. Even those in the Supreme Immortal realm will appear. This way, the world will become richer and the whole world will improve. Only then will Chansha be able to obtain more resources to comprehend the 10th level of the Supreme Immortal realm. So this is Chencha's thinking. Indeed, the stronger all living beings are, the more resources he will obtain. If all living beings have low cultivation, then Chansha, who stands at the peak of all living beings, isn't actually that high. Zhuge, you suddenly understood. Gu Chansha had always stood above all living beings, or rather, he was opening the path for all living beings. However, all living beings had to follow closely behind him. For example, a pyramid. The higher the living beings were, the higher they could push Gu Chansha at the top of the pyramid. This was mutually reinforcing. Therefore, the increasing number of Heaven Dao realm experts wasn't a bad thing for Gu Chansha. In fact, it was a great thing. It would make it easier for Gu Chansha to comprehend the 10th level of the Supreme Immortal Realm. Therefore, all of this was Gu Chansha's plan. At this moment, Gu Chansha was up in the air looking at a sphere. Within the sphere, there were 4 streams of black qi swirling around. They were none other than Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu Xin, Mr. Wu Wei, and Mr. Wu Xiang. These 4 were forming a formation to fight against Gu Chansha. Mr. Nun spoke. Gu Chansha, you are indeed powerful, but I'm afraid it's impossible for you to do anything to us. We'll have a long time to go on. Can't you feel that the billions of universes in the human world are revolving faster? Many Heaven Dao realm experts have been born. Gu Chansha said to Mr. Wu Wu and the others, this is all part of my plan. Actually, I still have to thank you guys for nurturing F.A. Wu Xian, allowing him to go against the flow. Only then would he be able to resonate with the universe, allowing my plan to be realized. You, Mr. Invincible, understood what Gu Chansha wanted to do. The more experts there are in the human world, the stronger you will be. You will be stepping on the heads of all living beings to advance. No matter if the human world is against you or for you, as long as they are experts, they will become your stepping stone, allowing you to reach higher heights. Now that there are more Heaven Dao experts, many of them won't be your subordinates, and they might even try to kill you. But they're still your resources. You'll gain a deeper understanding of the undying realm, and you'll be closer to the 10th level of the undying realm than you can imagine. Chapter 1043. The Strongest Magic Treasure. Chapter 1039. The Strongest Magic Treasure. Gu Chansha, you're wrong. Do you think you can always stand at the peak? Let me tell you, there will always be geniuses appearing in every generation. You might be standing at the peak now, but in the future, there will definitely be people who will surpass you. At that time, you won't be able to lead the trend and will fade into the crowd. What will you do then? Let me tell you, there is no eternal protagonist in this world. Back then, in the heaven realm, Gu Taxian appeared out of nowhere and did countless things. But what about now? He fused with the heavenly Daos and created us. In the future, you will be the same. Why don't we work together to suppress the world and stabilize it? That way, we will be able to enjoy the limitless state forever. Otherwise, if we continue to improve, there will be existences that surpass us. Mr. Wu Wu extended an olive branch. Haha, Mr. Wu Wu, you are underestimating me too much. Without competition, how can there be motivation? It's just that I have created one powerful existence after another. These powerful existences will become my motivation, allowing my cultivation base to rise higher and higher. Even if I were to enjoy limitless eternity for the sake of maintaining the status quo, what difference would there be between me and a walking corpse? Gu Chansha laughed. Since you insist on going about things the wrong way, I won't say anything more to you. Gu Chansha, just wait and see. If Fa Wuxian is killed by the combined forces of countless universes, he will truly become a magic treasure. With this magic treasure, the one who obtains it will most likely have the power of an undying. Because your new world has a different ideology, you won't be able to obtain this treasure. Therefore, the one who obtains this treasure will definitely be someone else. If someone else obtains it and they don't agree with your ideology, what will you do then? Mr. Woo 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 was still inciting. Moreover, my true body has yet to fully emerge. Once it does, I'm afraid there will be more undying existences. In the end, there might even be existences on the same level as you. This influence is definitely not something you can control. Mr. Woo Woo, don't talk nonsense. On one hand, Gu Chansha was paying attention to the four supreme immortal experts, and on the other hand, he was observing the changes in the human world. At this time, many of the children of the heavenly Tao had already begun fighting with Fa Wuxian. In a short while, at least a few thousand children of the heavenly Tao had been born. Some of the universes were still in their infancy and were unable to give birth to children of the heavenly Tao. However, this particular universe had fused with other universes and was eventually born. In the human world, there were billions of universes, and with every passing breath, a brand new universe would be born from the infusion of origin force from the new world, just like a child blowing bubbles. Fa Wuxian was completely immersed in the sea of people's war. Thousands of heaven Tao realm experts gathered together, bringing with them the power of many universes. They set up a huge formation and gradually trapped Fa Wuxian within. Damn it, how could they still have such a trick up their sleeves? All the cosmoses are my enemies. Do you really think that they can do anything to me if they join forces? This is simply wishful thinking. All the cosmoses will be devoured by me, and I will become the supreme and invincible ruler under the heavens. Fa Wuxian was trapped in the formation, but not only did he not retreat, he became even more ferocious. He turned into a vast mass of black gas, traversing through many universes, and wherever he reached, he would turn that place into nothingness. I didn't expect Fa Wuxian to be so ferocious even after being surrounded. The fourth, Guhua Sha, Zhang Ziren, the great spirit god, and Long Xiantian had ugly expressions. Even with the addition of many children of the universe and Heaven Tao realm experts, they were still unable to completely suppress Fa Wuxian. Moreover, Fa Wuxian seemed to be full of vigor, without any exhaustion. If this continued, and Fa Wuxian recovered or escaped, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains, and there would be endless troubles in the future. At that time, Fa Wuxian would be able to defeat them one by one. No one would have a good time. We must kill Fa Wuxian. The fourth, Guhua Sha, and Zhang Ziren glanced at each other and nodded. Everyone, this Fa Wuxian must be killed today, or we will all be devoured by the backlash. Kill. Many children of the heavenly Tao felt their hearts tremble when they saw how ferocious Fa Wuxian was. Even though their cultivation had reached the Heaven Tao realm, when they saw how ferocious Fa Wuxian was, they still broke out in cold sweat. They knew that if they didn't kill Fa Wuxian, they would die. Everyone, let's connect our hearts and summon more universes to awaken. At this time, many children of the heavenly Tao automatically comprehended some principles. All of them once again risked their lives and began to summon. As they suppressed Fa Wuxian, the power of their collective summon was transmitted out. Instantly, in the many universes, in the depths of the mountains and rivers, all the power was like a rolling snowball, growing bigger and bigger. The vast power condensed into a huge seal around Fa Wuxian. It's about time. Let's add some power as well. Lu Baiwei, Zhuge, Wenhong, and the others who have been watching all this time said, this Fa Wuxian should be killed as soon as possible. If we let him go on like this, once he escapes, it will be very difficult to deal with him. If he continues to wreak havoc in the universe, who knows how much effort it will take for us to suppress him. But the moment Fa Wuxian is sealed, he will turn into a magic treasure. We don't know whose hands it will fall into. If it falls into the hands of that person, we will think of a way to get that person to join our new world and become a part of it. Otherwise, there will be another person who will rebel against the new world. Lu Baiwe said, "That's the only thing we can do." Rumble. Lu Baiwe and the others also poured their power into the human world, activating their cultivation base. In an instant, boundless power was activated, and all the universes revolved even faster. The strongest power of the universe instantly formed a huge seal, directly suppressing Fa Wuxian to the point where he couldn't move. The new world has made their move. Immediately, Zhang Ziren and the others realized something. However, this was within their expectations. The new world is also very wary of Fa Wuxian. Right now, it must be Lu Baiwe and the others who have made their move. However, Gu Qinsha is definitely chasing after Mr. Wu Wu and the others, and can't be separated from them. On the other hand, Lu Baiwe can't control Fa Wuxian. Therefore, we can take advantage of Fa Wuxian's sudden counterattack to obtain the treasure he has refined. That's right, the fourth said excitedly. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the more beneficial it will be for us. Gu Huasha, the fourth, said excitedly. Meanwhile, the Great Spirit God had a strange expression on his face. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to acquire the treasure Fa Wuxian has refined. Once I get it, I'll be able to reach the invincible, deathless level. When that happens, I'll be able to hold my head high. My years of patience will finally pay off, and I'll have a huge advantage. Back when Gu Qinsha turned me into a male dog and Fa Wuxian into a female dog, he forced me to marry him. My body is secretly stained with Fa Wuxian's aura, and as soon as Fa Wuxian dies, I'll be able to draw on his aura and use it to reach the invincible deathless level. At that point, nobody will be able to kill me. Gu Qinsha, your good days are coming to an end. Bam, bam. At this time, a few other cosmoses spoke up, and powerful children of the heavens were born among them. Fa Wuxian felt immense pressure and began to shrink toward the center. You people want me dead, so I won't let you have an easy time. Tao of devouring, explode, exterminate. Fa Wuxian knew that he was in a precarious situation against the entire universe this time. Hence, in that instant, he activated the technique of mutual destruction, releasing all the power he had devoured in an instant. Countless explosions erupted from the center of his body. Many of the children of the Heaven Tao were instantly reduced to ash by the explosions. The strength of these children of the Heavenly Tao could not be said to be weak, but under Fa Wuxian's suicidal attack, it was basically impossible for them to survive. At this moment, thousands of universes also collapsed and fell apart. The destructive power, the power of the collapse of the universes, all merged into the explosion. After the explosion, everything turned into nothingness. Only Zhang Ziren, the fourth, and the others had predicted this. When Fa Wuxian went berserk, they suddenly left, not being in the center of the explosion, and survived. Everywhere was a scene of desolation. The center of the human world had a huge hole. In the center of the explosion, a magical treasure appeared. It looked like a gourd, but the mouth of the gourd was huge, and the inside of the gourd seemed to be filled with teeth, wriggling. Fa Wuxian had turned into a gourd with a huge mouth. Fa Wuxian has turned into a magical treasure. He's dead. This gourd is a supreme, immortal treasure. Whoever gets it will be invincible. This is a supreme, immortal treasure. It's like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Go and snatch it. Snatch it. Snatch it. This is truly indestructible. This gourd contains the quintessence of Fa Wuxian after he died, refined by the explosion, and left behind true indestructible power. Fa Wuxian is dead, but he really did refine a magical treasure. Countless onlookers were stirred by what they saw. No one could resist the temptation of the imperishable level gourd. It was the most powerful magical treasure in all of history. Since ancient times, there had never been a Heaven Tao level magical treasure. But now, there was a magical treasure even stronger than the Heaven Dao level, the imperishable level gourd. Everyone was instantly filled with incomparable madness. Ha ha ha! Come to me, gourd. The great spirit god was still in hiding. With a thought, the gourd sensed his presence, and in the blink of an eye, appeared in his hand. From now on, I am the most powerful. Chapter 1044. Filled with opportunity, the great spirit god had actually obtained the gourd that Fa Wuxian had transformed into. It was an imperishable level gourd. What do we do? Gu Huasha, the fourth, was shocked. He knew that the great spirit god had gotten his hands on it, and that it wasn't a good thing. The great spirit god was a treacherous and cunning person who had betrayed everyone. Once he obtained imperishable level power, what would happen to him? Even if he didn't devour everyone, he would at least enslave them. It's not that simple. Zhang Ziren was just about to rush forward and snatch it, but then he stopped, because the great spirit god, who had obtained the gourd, was laughing heartily as his power increased. But then he couldn't laugh anymore, because he realized that the gourd was actually devouring his will. No, no, you can't do this. Fa Wuxian, you're still alive. You're not dead. How is this possible? Amidst his miserable screams, the great spirit god was completely devoured by the gourd. Many of the progenitors and children of the Tao who had come forward to snatch it stopped in their tracks and retreated in fear. Even this couldn't kill Fa Wuxian. Fa Wuxian's ferocious might had deeply shocked everyone. The will of the billions of universes and all of the experts could see how ferocious Fa Wuxian was. Just his name alone was enough to make the universe tremble. Fa Wuxian had reached a point where everyone wanted him dead, but he couldn't. Many of the progenitors and heavenly Tao experts could see that although Fa Wuxian had transformed into a gourd treasure in the explosion, he had in fact been purified of all impurities. Now, as long as he recovered, he would be a true imperishable level expert. Such experts were basically impossible to exterminate. No, Fa Wuxian is already dead. What's left is only his ability to devour. However, that doesn't mean he can come back to life. If the gourd escapes, it will take a long time to devour many people, and Fa Wuxian will be able to come back to life. The only way now is to capture the gourd, seal it, and slowly refine it to remove Fa Wuxian's imprint. Only then will I be able to obtain the gourd and obtain the power of immortality. At this point, Old Fourth had come to a conclusion. Suddenly, his spirit stirred, and he sent out a mighty will. Everyone, Fa Wuxian is now at his strongest and also at his weakest. We have to kill him in one strike. Everyone, use your most powerful attacks to break this bottle gourd. Make Fa Wuxian's will completely disappear from the bottle gourd. Otherwise, if he recovers, we're all going to die. At that moment, everyone came to their senses. They immediately unleashed all of their attacks towards the gourd. Just how many experts were there in the human realm and the billions of universes? How strong would they be if they joined forces? They could see it now. Boundless light pierced through everything. Countless space-time was filled with power, and it was concentrated at one point. Lu Baiwei and the others were shocked. This level of attack, I'm afraid even our new world can't block it. If all living beings are united and truly join forces, it's truly terrifying. Is this the realm of all living beings being united? Who would have thought that after so many years and countless methods, we still couldn't reach it? But now, with the existence of Fa Wuxian, all living beings can reach it in a short period of time. From this, we can see how much of a failure Fa Wuxian is. He's too arrogant, and he doesn't give anyone a chance to live. Anyone with intelligence knows that if he gets the upper hand, they'll all die. That's why we have to kill him. To be able to do this, it's really amazing. Does he really think that he can rely on his own strength to devour the heavens, devour everything? Wen Hong looked at Fa Wuxian in disdain. That's right. Fa Wuxian is indeed not clear-headed. However, Chen Xia is also amazing. Through humiliation, He made him lose his rationality. His remaining thoughts were destroyed, and all that's left is hatred, devouring, and destruction. Now he's walking on a dead end. Jean Suebois also saw some clues. At this time, who knows how many attacks fell into the gourd? At the start, F.A. Wuxian's remnant will was still devouring, but as his strength was weakened, his will was continuously cleansed, and in the end, he let out a miserable scream. Guqiansha, I curse you, I want you to die. All living beings in the world, I curse you to be destroyed. I am immortal, and I will return. When I return, you will be your doomsday. One day, I will resurrect and personally end everything. F.A. Wuxian's final curse came out from the gourd. Then, the gourd suddenly lost control, and as it exploded, it fell into the cracks of a universe, and then disappeared. F.A. Wuxian is dead. He was completely annihilated by our combined attacks. Now, his gourd has disappeared. Clearly, it has fallen into the depths of the universe. We have to find it. Whoever finds it first will immediately reach the invincible, undying realm. Someone roared, chasing after the gourd's falling trajectory. Following this, all of the experts went to search. This sort of temptation was not something that any magic treasure could compare to. Swish, swish, swish like a swarm of bees. Countless experts rushed to the location where the gourd had landed, but none of them could find it. Then, they spread out to search, and the gourd disappeared, and no one knew where it had gone. 3 days and 3 nights later, the chaos finally calmed down. In the chaos, countless living beings died, and countless spaces were destroyed. Thousands of universes exploded and disappeared. The calamity caused by F.A. Wuxian would be remembered for generations to come, and people would feel their hair stand on end when they thought about it. Everything was so fragile. But in the end, F.A. Wuxian died. This was also a great event that everyone rejoiced and danced in joy. After that, the great search also filled many people with hope, because they knew that as long as they found him, they would become one of the strongest experts in the world. Things have calmed down. However, I don't know where that gourd went. I used my own cultivation to make deductions and saw through many universes, but I couldn't see the shadow of that gourd at all. Logically speaking, such a powerful gourd should more or less have some fluctuations, but it just disappeared into thin air, said Wenhong. With his current cultivation base, he could see through the layers of universes and even the thoughts of the living beings in the universes, but he could not see the gourd. Right now, his cultivation base could be said to be invincible below the undying realm. Even the fourth Gu Huasha was not a match for him, because he had cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm under the rules of a new world, and was thousands of times stronger than the heavenly Tao of ordinary universes. But he could not find the location of the gourd. That gourd is indeed in the invincible, deathless realm. In the final attack, countless living beings and countless universes were united against a common enemy, and were filled with the desire to kill F.A. Wuxian. All of that power gathered together and eventually refined the gourd into the invincible, deathless realm. Liu Baiwei said, "Even with my cultivation base, it is difficult to see the existence of the gourd. The gourd has an innate ability to hide, but those who are fated might be able to obtain it. I believe that Chensha definitely has a plan, and he will definitely be able to find the owner of the gourd and make him accept the ideals of our new world. As long as he purifies this person, he will be able to purify countless living beings, and in the battle against Mr. Undying and the others, he will be able to gain the upper hand. On the contrary, if Mr. Undying obtains this person, things will be troublesome. Let's not care about the gourd and do what we can. We will bring the person who has cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra into the new world, and then start to spread the Dragonless Heart Sutra and fight against Mr. Undying." Zhu Bian knew what he had to do. All right, it's over. In the void, Gu Chansha looked at Mr. Undying and the others, but he did not kill them immediately, because he knew that he could not kill them now. Look, this is the result of devouring all things, and in the end, all living beings were united against a common enemy, and F.A. Wuxian was destroyed. When you were first born, You wanted to devour all living beings, right? But now that you have seen this, do you feel that it is inappropriate, and so you have changed your ways? What happened to F.A. Wuxian was a lesson for Mr. Undying and the others. F.A. Wuxian wantonly devoured the universe, and in the end, he was counterattacked and died. If Mr. Undying and the others had done the same, their fates would not have been much better. Gu Qinsha, we will not speak to you now, but one day, you will definitely regret your current thoughts. With a flash, Mr. Undying and the others disappeared. Initially, Gu Qinsha could have stopped them, but he had no intention of doing so. Looking at how Mr. Wu Wu and the others had left, Gu Qinsha chuckled and disappeared as well. Next, he descended upon a gigantic cosmos. This cosmos was a hybrid cosmos. When F.A. Wuxian exploded, many cosmos had collided and fused together. In the process of killing F.A. Wuxian, it had a deep impact on the universe. Many universes collapsed and fused together, forming bigger and more complicated universes. The universe that Gu Dusha had landed in was made up of hundreds of universes fused together to form a single entity. Due to its huge size, it attracted other universes to start drawing closer and merging with it. It was like a rolling snowball that grew bigger and bigger. This was like many bubbles coming together to form a big bubble, and the big bubble would fuse with even more small bubbles to form an even bigger bubble. Because of this, there were many changes in this universe, and in these changes, there were many opportunities. Others might not be able to divine where the Undying Realm Gourd was, but Gu Qinsha could. The gourd was hidden in this chaotic universe with many opportunities. This was the instinct of the gourd. The gourd wanted to be reborn, and it also had F.A. Wuxian's imprint. Chapter 1045. Who owns the gourd? Chapter 1041. Who owns the gourd? Gu Qinsha entered the chaotic universe to find the owner of the gourd. He did not want the gourd. Although the gourd formed by F.A. Wuxian was the most powerful magic treasure in history, it was nothing in his eyes. The appearance of the gourd was actually caused by him. He stimulated F.A. Wuxian's hatred, and then set up a trap for F.A. Wuxian to escape. Finally, he began to devour the universe, causing the people in the universe to unite against him. This was also a test subject of his. As expected, when F.A. Wuxian went against the flow and devoured everything in the world to his limits, it triggered the resistance of many things in the universe. At the moment when they were dealing with and killing F.A. Wuxian, everyone worked together as one. In an instant, the universe's origin energy and humans' spirit force reached the strongest degree of resonance. As a result, a lot of data from this experiment was incorporated by Gu Qinsha into his own cultivation system. The Dragonless Heart technique improved greatly again. It provided a lot of resources for him to comprehend the 10th level of the path of immortality, the realm of non-immortality. Now, he wanted to find the owner of the gourd, and then observe him to obtain more data, and then obtain more information and emotions. F.A. Wuxian had indeed died, but the brand was still there. In that final strike, the gourd had been purified, causing it to become a truly undying substance. This universe is really chaotic. After entering the huge chaotic universe, Gu Qinsha saw thousands of races, countless giants, giant beasts, even magic, immortal sects, giant dragons, devils, gods, humans, demons, immortals, extraterrestrial creatures, technological civilizations, half-human, half-beast races, and so on. They all lived in the same space, fighting each other in this universe to obtain the greatest chance of survival. They constantly squeezed the living space of other races to maximize their own benefits. Gu Qinsha landed in a huge city. The city was full of tall castles made of stone, and they were obviously not man-made, but magic power. The city was very huge, stretching for tens of millions of kilometers. It was the capital of the most powerful empire on this continent, the Arcane Kingdom. This continent was called the Arcane Continent. Many universes were born under the influence of Gu Chencha's power, and all of them were dominated by the magic civilization. Back then, in order to escape from Fa Wuxian's pursuit, Wu Dangkong entered the Dragon Valley continent and fused with the ancestor of magic, which allowed him to escape successfully. But now, Fa Wuxian was dead, and Wu Dangkong had become a horse, a mount that pulled the chariot. There was no chance for him to make a comeback. The magic civilization and the immortal Tao civilization had completely different philosophies. The immortal Tao civilization used the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to purify one's cultivation, forming a world within one's body and creating everything. As for the magic civilization, they used their own mental power to arrange the various elements in the universe to form spells. These spells were unimaginable, and their variety far exceeded that of the immortal Tao civilization. However, the lifespan of some magicians in the magic civilization was far shorter than that of the immortal Tao civilization. Moreover, the immortal Taoist civilization emphasized solitude, while the magic civilization emphasized teamwork. For example, a lone magician would never have great success. But if many magicians gathered together to form a huge team, they would study magic with each other, gather all their power together to form a mana pool, and then extract magic from the mana pool. Their power would be much greater. This kind of civilization was like a technological civilization, emphasizing teamwork, but it was more like a combination of the immortal Tao civilization and the technological civilization. When Gu Chensha stepped into the arcane continent, he felt that the laws in the continent were everywhere. There was a big arcane network that completely covered the continent, monitoring everything and providing power for the arcanists on the continent. In this continent, all the arcanists who contributed to the arcane empire could use the arcane network to enhance their own arcane power. The so-called arcane was a variant of magic, which was more refined and creative than magic. The area of the arcane continent was larger than that of the land of infinity. The ruler of the arcane continent was the arcane empire. The ruler of the arcane empire was a group of arcanists. There was no emperor in the empire, nor was there a strongest ruler. Instead, they formed a joint parliament, and every 5 years, an arcane council would be elected. There were 13 arcanists in the joint parliament, and they were called the King of Arcane. They ruled together and voted when they encountered something. There were also arcane counselors. This political institution was somewhat similar to the joint parliament of the 12 lords of prehistoric civilization, Lord Satan and the Lord God. Gu Chensha observed the arcane continent, the arcane empire, and all the structures were in his eyes. The hierarchy of the arcane continent was very obvious. The arcanists had the highest status in the entire empire, followed by some nobles, then knights, civilians, and slaves. This hierarchy was somewhat interesting. In the previous Orthodox Empire of a Land of Infinity, the emperor was the first, and the imperial court was the master. Even the immortals had to surrender to the imperial court and work for the imperial court. But now the arcane continent was dominated by the arcanists. Even the lowest level of slaves, as long as they were born with arcane aptitude and could trigger the power of the arcane network, their status would immediately be promoted and they would become an existence higher than the nobles. In the arcane continent, the status of the arcanists was sacred. Countless civilians, slaves, knights, and nobles wanted to awaken their arcane aptitude and become arcanists. One step into the sky, even the status of an arcane apprentice was far above the nobles. In this continent, anyone could turn over a new leaf. It was a world full of opportunities. Gu Chensha continued to observe and clicked his tongue in wonder. This civilization was quite interesting. The layers were like a pyramid. The hierarchical structure was strict, but there was no lack of opportunities for advancement. It was both dull and full of hope. Moreover, in this universe, the arcane continent was one of the most powerful empires. The group of arcanists had launched attacks on many continents and empires. They had captured countless races, and they had even captured people from the path of immortals to do experiments. Gu Chensha saw that in the city of the Arcane Kingdom, there were many spaces and teams of arcanists. They were studying all kinds of arcane spells and doing all kinds of experiments. Some of them captured people of the path of immortals, dissected them, extracted their blood, and analyzed them. Some captured dragons and used arcane spells to turn the dragons into fighting machines. Some undead arcanists actually captured cultivators of the god realm and turned them into undead zombies and war puppets. The cultivation level of the arcanists was completely different from that of the immortal path civilization. They didn't have the physical realm, the Tao realm, and there were number 36 changes: celestial lord, heavenly longevity, heavenly essence, heavenly realm, and heavenly path. Their level was evaluated according to the professional title of the Arcane Union. Arcane apprentices must master 2 spells, flash and water purification. Flash was used for illumination, while water cleansing was used to turn dirty water into pure water in an instant. It was completely a life skill. The combat power of arcane apprentices wasn't even as good as that of the warriors who hadn't reached the Tao realm, but their flash and water purification arcane spells couldn't be achieved even by the experts of the 5 changes of the Tao realm. Only by cultivating the 6 changes of the Tao realm could one use innate earth chi to create light and purify water. It could be seen that the arcane system was completely different from that of the immortal path civilization. In addition to flash and water purification, level 1 arcanists also had to learn to shoot magic fireballs, which had the same distance as a bow and arrow. They could also ignite and cause a slight explosion. At that time, the arcanists had the ability to fight. The fireballs of level 2 arcanists had a longer range, and they could lock on and track the enemy with magic. It was impossible for the enemy to dodge. As for level 3 arcanists, they had more methods. Up to now, the arcanist level had reached more than 10,000. There was no limit to the level of the arcanists. They were divided according to their abilities, and the levels were superimposed. Interesting, very interesting. I've already felt that the gourd that Fa Wuxian transformed into is in the Arcane Kingdom, and it's hidden very deeply. If I directly activate my methods and refine the Arcane Kingdom, I can find the whereabouts of the gourd. But now, if I don't damage the Arcane Kingdom, it will take some effort to find the gourd. Gu Qinsha smiled. With his current strength, although the Arcane Kingdom was strong, it would be completely annihilated with a sneeze. Even with the Arcane Kingdom as the center, billions of universes would disappear in an instant. Moreover, the civilization of the Arcane Kingdom wasn't bad in Gu Qinsha's eyes. It was like an exquisite work of art. Gu Qinsha couldn't bear to destroy it. He just admired it from a pure point of view. Unknowingly, his mentality had completely changed. I can set up a trap here and use the gourd that Fa Wuxian gave birth to lure Mr. Wu Wu and the others here. I can use this trap to seal Mr. Wu Wu and the others in the gourd, but I have to carry out a deeper level of planning. Interesting, very interesting. I'll do that. Whoosh. He transformed into a small aristocrat and lived in the capital of the Arcane Kingdom. The ancestor of the small aristocrat was once a servant of a great arcanist. He was granted many wealth manors. But because of the large family business and large population, the family property was divided and gradually fell into the hands of the small aristocrat. There wasn't much money left. In the capital, there was a house of about 100 square meters. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The small aristocrat himself was also very cowardly. When his house was targeted, he used arcane magic to quietly kill it. At the moment of being killed, Gu Qinsha resurrected the small aristocrat and sent him into the new world. He changed into the appearance of the small aristocrat. Chapter 1046. The Arcane Kingdom. Gu Qinsha became a small aristocrat in the Arcane Kingdom. He didn't do it out of bad taste. He wanted to taste the taste of turning from a big shot into an ant. He wanted to lay out a plan to wipe out Mr. Nothingness and the others in one fell swoop. Secondly, the Arcane Kingdom did have a huge destiny in this universe. With the rise of destiny, he was afraid that there would be a big shot. This part of the universe had undergone Fa Wuxian's Big Bang, causing hundreds of universes to fuse together to form a gigantic universe. If this gigantic universe eventually gave birth to a master, then that master's strength would be infinitely close to the undying realm. As long as he had the slightest chance in the future, he would be able to ascend to the undying realm. Gu Chunshan naturally had to carefully observe, understand, and explore such a character. He was the best test subject. Of course, the Arcane Kingdom hadn't really unified the giant universe. In the giant universe, there were many forces that were not inferior to the Arcane Kingdom. Of course, in Gu Chencha's view, the Arcane Kingdom had actually vaguely occupied a dominant position in the giant universe, because that system had the most potential for development. Everyone had the possibility to awaken the power of arcane magic. Even the most humble slave, as long as he awakened the power of arcane magic and became an arcane apprentice, he could immediately become a superior person. Moreover, the arcanists connected to the arcane network contributed their own mental strength, extracted arcane magic from the arcane network, and integrated it into themselves. That would ensure that the Arcane Kingdom would become stronger and stronger. The power of the network was like a system. It was incredibly tyrannical. It was a virtuous cycle. It was somewhat similar to the dragonless cultivation method, where everyone contributed their own mental strength to create the world. But it was different from the dragonless cultivation method. The dragonless cultivation method was purely giving to the world. It didn't need the world to give anything to you. Now, the Arcane Kingdom was getting as much as it gave. That situation was also good. Of course, if the Arcanists didn't use the network of the Arcane Kingdom, it was possible, but the power of the arcane magic will be significantly weakened. The same flash spell, if it was exerted by one's own power, it could only illuminate a small area. But with the power of the arcane network, the power would be 10 times greater. The arcane network was a collective power. People relied on the collective power to exert their power to the extreme. If my calculations are correct, the gourd is hidden in the capital city, and the person who obtained it did not discover it. Gu Chensha looked at the room around him. It was only about 100 square meters, and the room was in a mess. There was also a pungent smell, which was poisonous gas. This small noble had died from this poisonous gas. This little noble's name was Nader. He had whipped a slave a long time ago, but that slave had awakened his arcana technique recently and become an arcana master. As such, he secretly unleashed a poisonous arcana technique to kill Nader on the spot. Gu Chansha swept a little, the cause and effect of the entire arcane kingdom. Everything was vivid in his eyes. Nothing could be hidden from him. He snapped his fingers, and the room was cleaned up. The room was very sloppy, but it was completely cleaned up by that arcane spell and became as clean as new. Even some old tables and rusted steel bars on the windows looked brand new. Arcane spells are really interesting. This is a cleaning spell, a renewal spell that can instantly clean an area and even make old things look brand new. But it's not like turning back time. Interesting. Gu Qinsha had just used 2 arcane spells with just a snap of his fingers. There were no attacking methods. They were purely used in daily life. These 2 arcane spells, the cleaning spell, were instantly activated, cleaning up all the dust, dirt, even waste gas, even tiny insect eggs, harmful parasitic organisms, annoying mosquitoes, cockroaches, etc. This kind of spell, even an expert at the 20th transformation of the Tao realm who had cultivated magic power would find it difficult to do. But this kind of arcane spell could be mastered by a level 5 Arcana Master. And the combat power of a level 5 Arcana Master wasn't even as good as someone at the 5th transformation of the Tao realm. But in terms of changing the world and quality of life, they were far better than cultivators. However, cultivators themselves didn't care about the quality of life. They absorbed spiritual energy without eating, and every day in the deep mountains and forests, the sky was their blanket and the earth was their bed. They cared about absolute freedom. But the arcane spells of the arcane kingdom focused on collective power. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Qinsha flicked his fingers again, and the door opened automatically. This was the arcane hand, also a level 5 arcane spell. There was a girl standing at the door. She had black hair, blue eyes, and a tall figure. Looking at how she dressed, she seemed to be a noble. Nader, I heard that Mehali ordered people to cause trouble for you yesterday. Are you okay? The girl asked. Guchinsha immediately knew that this girl was called Luo Lan, and she was Nader's childhood friend. But Nader had always been dispirited and didn't want to make progress. This girl was very disappointed with Luo Lan, but she still cared about Nader. Luo Lan was also a noble, much better than the poor Nader. She was studying in the Arcane Academy, and although she didn't awaken her arcane talent, she did well in the Arcane Theory exam. In the Arcane Kingdom, there were many arcane academies. As long as one had money, one could enter them for further study. However, whether one could awaken their arcane talent depended on luck. Many nobles spent huge amounts of money on tuition fees, but in the end, they achieved nothing. Of course, studying in the Arcane Academy and learning arcane knowledge had a higher chance of awakening than commoners. Generally speaking, only the particularly rich nobles would send their children to study in the Arcane Academy. Especially for girls in the Arcane continent, there were still some patriarchal ideas. It's okay. Guchinsha replied casually. The Mehali that Luo Lan mentioned was the former slave who suddenly awakened his arcane talent and became an arcanist. The status of arcanists is too high. We nobles have to bow our heads in front of them. If you want to deal with you now, it's basically a piece of cake. My family still has some forces, and there are arcanists behind us to protect us. If it weren't for that, he would even want to deal with me, so that he can humiliate me and achieve his goal of humiliating you, Luo Lan said. He does want to kill me, but I've also awakened my arcane talent. At this time, Gu Chunsha smiled. Suddenly, a flame appeared on his finger, and within the flame, a human figure appeared. Oh my God, what is this? This is a fire arcane spell, a flame spirit. To reach this level of arcane spell, it's at least above level 30. How is it possible? Luo Lan was shocked. She studied at the Arcane Academy. Although she hadn't awakened her arcane talent, she was very familiar with arcane knowledge. Fire arcane spells were mainstream. To reach the higher levels of fire arcane spells, the most important sign was the birth of a flame spirit. A flame spirit was a life form with intelligence condensed from the fire element. This intelligent flame spirit was extremely powerful. It could be said that it had reached the 21st transformation of the Tao realm, the realm of the five elements. When one reached the realm of the five elements, their magic power could change into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Now that arcane spells had reached level 30, the birth of a flame spirit was about the same. Although it was a small flame spirit, it could burn a city, destroy a country, and dry a river. No army would be a match for it. I had a fortuitous encounter and directly awakened my arcane talent. Guchinsha smiled. His intuition told him that the undying realm gourd would probably fall into the hands of Mehali. This was because of F.A. Wuxian's imprint. If he turned into a small noble like Nader, then his enemy Mehali would obtain the gourd and go against him. Of course, this was also one of his own plans. The reason why he turned into a small noble like Nader wasn't that he was bored, but he wanted to trigger the appearance of the gourd and then start to lay out his plan. As soon as he appeared in the Arcane Kingdom, he would use his identity and breath to slightly guide the fate. The deep hatred of F.A. Wuxian's imprint in the gourd would awaken and automatically choose those who were against him to appear. In this way, he could lock the position of the gourd and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Then, he would appreciate the customs of the Arcane Kingdom, the way it operated, and the changes in people's hearts. In the future changes of the human world, the Arcane Kingdom would definitely have a place in the arcane world. He sowed the human world and let it naturally produce valuable things. The Arcane Kingdom was the valuable fruit. Don't tell others that it's a great era. It's turbulent. Gu Qinsha said to Luo Lan, anyone can reach the sky in a single bound. Our Arcane Kingdom has been fighting outside every year and expanding our forces. There will be many masters in the future. I can help you awaken your arcane talent now. and let you directly become an arcanist. With Gu Chinch's current cultivation, the arcane kingdom was just like dust in his hands. He could blow away 100 million of them in one breath. But now he was observing the civilization. It was very interesting. At the moment, he pointed his finger. Immediately, Luo Lan's arcane talent was awakened. She wasn't an arcane apprentice, but an arcanist. Then her arcane level was upgraded, level 1, level 2, level 3. All the way up, she reached level 30. My God, I become a level 30 arcanist. Luo Lan couldn't believe her hands. She was in a daze. After a while, she suddenly condensed the flame, and the same flame sprite appeared. Chapter 10:47. The gourd has appeared. Gu Qinsha didn't think much of helping the girl, Luo Lan, to upgrade her arcane level. It was one of his plans. You can reveal that you've upgraded your arcane level. Such a large-scale upgrade will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups, but don't mention me. Just say that one day, a little light from outside the universe suddenly flew into your body and then achieved arcane talent and level. Such things are not uncommon. The higher-ups have no ability to say anything. But the arcane network is everywhere in the world. Our every move is actually monitored by the arcane network. As long as the higher-ups investigate, they will certainly be able to find out, Luo Lan said worriedly. It doesn't matter. That's how I got my power. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. The arcane network can't find anything. Gu Qinsha had long seen that the arcane network was a system. It was much more powerful than the system of God created by the prehistoric technological civilization. It was even more powerful than the system of cause and effect, the system of fate, and the system of good and evil that he created back then. Moreover, many laws of the universe and the power of heaven were integrated into the arcane network. The strength of the arcane network was actually in the realm of heaven. Even the masters of the realm of heaven couldn't break the arcane network. To some extent, as long as there were no masters of the 9th level of the immortal realm, the arcane kingdom could be in an invincible position, and the arcane network was constantly improving. There was a large amount of arcane knowledge integrated into it every moment. Gradually, there was a strong power of heaven that could be fed back and even benefit all living beings. It was no wonder that in this giant universe, the arcane kingdom could conquer everywhere and destroy many civilizations. Now the arcanists had even signed an agreement with the dragons. The arcanists could summon the dragons, and the dragons couldn't resist and had to help the arcanists in battle. And even the arcane kingdom had captured many powerful races, such as the celestial giants, the ancient divine beasts, the demons, and even the divine race for arcane research. In this gigantic universe, there was also the god race. However, they were not god-level experts. Instead, they were creatures that were born with great power. They were similar to humans, but a little different. From the moment they were born, they had the power to tear through space and traverse the universe. They were many times stronger than ordinary humans, which was why they were called the god race. But the divine clan still surrendered to the arcane kingdom. That showed how powerful the high-level arcanists of the arcane kingdom were. Whoosh! Just as the two of them were discussing, the space in the room suddenly collapsed slightly. A person walked out. This person was wearing an Arcana Technique robe that was densely covered with thousands of stars. These stars gathered together to form a river of stars. There were more than 3,000 stars on this robe, which meant that this person's Arcana level was more than 3,000. An Arcana Master with a rank of over 3,000 was a terrifying existence. They were all at the Heavens Origin Realm. In the Arcane Kingdom, there were slaves and most of the civilians were ordinary people. The Heavens Origin Realm Masters could almost kill them. However, because of the supervision of the Arcane Network, even the Arcanists couldn't go on a killing spree and cause the collapse of order. But the status of the Arcanists was very high. If they killed some civilians, slaves, or even nobles, it wasn't impossible. For example, Mehali used poison gas to kill Nader. This is the Arcane Kingdom's senator, Master Henri, His arcana level is 3,562. Immediately, Roland recognized him. He was a real big shot in the Arcane Kingdom. In the huge Arcane Kingdom, such a big shot really stood at the peak. So it's two little guys. I felt a huge fluctuation in the Arcane network. Henri looked at Guchinch's incarnation of Neville and Roland. He couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, interesting. Not only have you awakened your arcane talent, but you've also reached level 30. With the merger of many universes, the expansion of our arcane kingdom will attract more and more adventurers into the Empire. You two little guys are lucky. Come with me. Senator, where are we going? Roland asked cautiously. Of course it's the Arcane Guild. We'll record your information in it, but we'll have to go through an investigation to see what the origin of the power in your body is, and if there's an extraterrestrial demon lurking in it. If everything is correct, then congratulations. You'll step into the field of arcane magic and become one of the masters of the Arcane Kingdom. The Arcane Master, Henri, snapped his fingers, and suddenly two bubbles wrapped around Gu Chunsha and Roland. The space cracked, and the next moment they came out of the space crack. They arrived in another space. It was a huge world, and there were arcanists walking around everywhere, wearing arcane robes. Some of them had hundreds of stars, some had thousands of stars, and some even had tens of thousands of stars. In the Arcane Kingdom, the arcanists had reached tens of thousands of stars, which was almost the cultivation of the Heaven Realm, and they could even call themselves ancestors. If they were level 100,000 arcanists, they would be masters of the Heaven Path Realm. However, the Arcane Kingdom didn't have such a master yet, but the entire Arcane Network was already at the level of Heavenly Path. But Guchan Shah felt that the Arcane Network was getting stronger all the time. Some of the creators, the ones who contributed the most, were gradually approaching the realm of Heavenly Path. According to the general law, a universe could only give birth to one Heaven Path realm. But the operating mechanism of the Arcane Kingdom was very special. It had some flavor of the new world, but with the style of the old world. When the two were combined, it formed a unique, integrated style. In fact, the mental strength used by the arcanists had the flavor of developing the potential of the soul. The profound meaning of the dragonless cultivation method was now all over the universe, and the birth of arcane magic was actually based on the secrets of the dragonless cultivation method. Now in the entire Arcane Kingdom, the reason why many people couldn't awaken the power of arcane magic was that they couldn't awaken their own soul power. The reason why Gu Chansha stayed in the Arcane Kingdom for so long and changed his identity was that he had seen that all the arcanists in the Arcane Kingdom had practiced the dragonless cultivation method. These arcanists, when they awakened their soul power, they could manipulate any element. But they gathered their soul power together and integrated it into the arcane network to strengthen the power of arcane magic. It was equivalent to everyone contributing to the world in the New World. The Arcane Kingdom was, in a sense, a new world. But the new world created by Gu Chansha was purely a contribution, and now the Arcane Kingdom was still plundering. Hendry, two more little guys have awakened? There are more and more people who have awakened recently. An arcanist with 5,000 stars came over and looked at Roland and Guchinch's incarnation of Nader casually. Yes, these two little guys are amazing. Not only have they awakened their arcane magic talent, but they've also directly reached the arcane magic above level 30. It's a miracle. I have to let the arcane network check. Don't let them be possessed by the otherworldly demons, Hendry said quickly. It's necessary, but the awakened power of arcane magic is completely different from the power of the otherworldly demons. The origin of our arcane magic is the deepest meaning of the soul. It's different from any external force. Even a disguise can't be disguised, Hendry said. Yes, that's right, but it's rumored that there's a new world. In the new world, everyone has awakened their soul power. After their awakening, their soul power is much stronger than our arcane power. Their supreme master is called Guchinsha. He's even more powerful than our arcane network of the Supreme Arcane Network. If the people from the New World come in, I'm afraid we'll be infiltrated, the Grand Arcanist with more than 5,000 stars said. That's true, but as the strength of our arcane kingdom grows stronger, we'll gradually surpass the new world and spread the glory of arcane magic throughout the multiverse. Only our arcane world is the most powerful civilization. The arcane civilization surpasses everything, Hendry said with a fanatical expression on his face. Yes, the arcane civilization is the most advanced civilization in the multiverse, the best civilization. We must spread the glory of arcane magic, the Grand Arcanist with more than 5,000 stars also said. Hearing that, Luolan also showed a fanatical expression. Gu Chunsha felt a chill in his heart. Deep in the bones and hearts of all the people in the arcane kingdom, the idea that the glory of arcane magic was the most advanced and the most civilized had penetrated into their bones. That fanatical mentality was similar to F.A. Wuxian's hatred. Well, you guys stand on that platform. When the light of the supreme meaning shines down, let's see if your power is the power of arcane magic. If it's not, you'll be beaten back to your original form, but there's no danger to your life. If it's the power of arcane magic, then your background is clean, then congratulations, you've become a member of the Arcanists. The Arcane Guild will give you arcane magic robes of the corresponding level. Hendry pointed. In front of them, there was a huge altar. Above the altar, there were countless arcane lights flashing. He blessed the two with an arcane magic of flight. The two of them flew directly to the altar, and suddenly the supreme meaning shined down. Countless data flowed, and there were no accidents. This young man's arcane level has reached more than 140, but this girl is only at level 30. Hendry was surprised and said, "And there's no problem, it's pure arcane power." The light of the supreme meaning flashed. Hendry snapped his fingers twice, and suddenly 2 magic robes appeared on the two of them. One had 30 stars on it, and the other had 143 stars on it, which represented their level. In the future, every time he leveled up, he could use his mind power to connect to the arcane network and add 1 star on his magic robe. At that moment, suddenly a burst of black smoke drifted past, and in the black smoke, another Arcanist appeared. It was a handsome man with black hair, black eyes, and a face. When he saw Gu Chunsha and Luo Lan, his face immediately showed a look of extreme hatred, and then he saw the magic robes on the two of them, and suddenly he was very shocked. That man was Mehali. He was originally a slave of the Arcane Kingdom, and later awakened the arcane power and became an Arcanist. Chapter 1048. Slow Layout. I felt the breath of Mr. Nothing. Gu Chunsha then scanned the area slightly and felt that in the Arcane Kingdom, the breath of Mr. Nothing and the others had also penetrated in. The arcane network itself was at the level of the heavenly path. It was too different from the undying realm. Naturally, he couldn't feel the breath of Mr. Nothing and the others, but Gu Chunsha could feel it. My plan is almost half successful, but the network power of the Arcane Kingdom is too small. It can't trap Mr. Nothing and the others, but I'll unknowingly strengthen the power of the Arcane Kingdom. In the end, the network power of the Arcane Kingdom will form a huge net and trap these people in it. Gu Chench's calculation was very sophisticated. Of course, in fact, he could now directly inject his power into the network of the Arcane Kingdom. But it was easy for Mr. Nothing and the others to find out. It was better to enhance the power of the whole human race in the Arcane Kingdom, and finally make the arcane network transform. In fact, the most important point was that Gu Chunsha didn't want to capture Mr. Nothing and the others to destroy the Arcane Kingdom and turn all the people into ashes. Because every Arcanist in the Arcane Kingdom had awakened the power of the mind. To some extent, it was equivalent to practicing the Dragonless Mind, but it was just a transformation of the Dragonless Mind into arcane magic. Originally, the Dragonless Mind was ever-changing. Whether they could seal Mr. Nothingness and the others in the Arcane Kingdom depended on the layout. Gu Chunsha was meticulous in everything, and this time was no exception. Mehali, it's not that easy for you to kill me. Now, I've also become an Arcanist, and I'm a level 100 Arcanist. What can you do to me? Seeing Mehali looking at him fiercely, Gu Chunsha deliberately asked. Nader. Mehali's tone calmed down. I didn't expect you to have an adventure, but it doesn't matter. In the future, I'll let you know what's terrible. I'll put you back into the mortal world so that you'll be more desperate. Done. Hendry stepped forward to stop them. You've all become Arcanists, and all the grievances in the future will be written off. If you want to compete, you'll see who has contributed more to the Arcane Kingdom. Next, our Arcane Kingdom will declare war on many races in the universe. Let them surrender to the majesty of our Arcane Kingdom, become our slaves, and create wealth for us. Yes, Gu Qinsha and Mehali both bowed. Right now, Mehali only had a few dozen stars on his body, which was far inferior to Gu Qinsha's nadir. However, Gu Qinsha knew that Mehali's cultivation base would skyrocket because the gourd inside his body was restless. All right, nadir, you've just become an Arcanist. Although your level is very high, you still don't know how to use Arcana spells. Go to the Arcana Guild's testing ground first and familiarize yourself with all kinds of Arcana spells. After that, you'll have to join the Empire's Arcana army. After you've gone on a campaign, the Empire will reward you according to your contributions, and you'll get your own personal territory. You'll also have a personal space to build a Void Arcana Tower for you to research Arcana spells, Hendry said. Yes, sir. Gu Chunsha replied once more. Go then, Hendry said. Flight, Arcana Shield, Rainbow Arcana Technique. Gu Chunsha used the flight technique on himself. Whoosh! His body in Luo Lan transformed into a streak of rainbow light that disappeared from the Mage Hall. Not bad, not bad. He's actually mixing Arcana spells together. He was able to unleash 3 Arcana spells in a row in the blink of an eye. What a genius! Many of the Grand Arcanists present saw this and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Mehali laughed coldly, then transformed into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. This was the demonic smoke escape of the Arcana spells. Arcana spells were a system of their own, and they were far more versatile than immortal spells. So this is the testing ground. At that moment, Gu Chunsha brought Luo Lan to a huge barren planet. The planet was full of potholes and huge cracks in the ground. In the sky, there were terrifying wormholes that were filled with demonic energy. Yes, this is one of the testing grounds of our Arcane Kingdom. Rumor has it that this planet is connected to the demonic realm. Countless demons will hear the wormholes and come here. There are also some powerful giant beasts. Many Arcanists kill demons and giant beasts here to hone their Arcana spells, Luo Lan said. Then let's start honing our Arcana spells. Gu Qinsha nodded. Roar! A zombie-like monster crawled out of the crack in the ground. It had a pair of ragged wings on its back and extremely long claws. Its roar was sharp and heart-wrenching. This is Yiksha. Luo Lan took the lead. She roared shield. Suddenly, an eggshell-shaped cover appeared on her body. There were layers of light films. That was the Arcana shield. It could protect her body against poisonous gas, flames, cold, physical damage, magic damage, and even all kinds of curses. As long as the Arcana level increased, the Arcana shield would also increase. In the end, it would be invincible and immortal. The Arcana shield was the most important means of all Arcanists in the Arcane Kingdom. It was a necessity. After setting up the Arcana shield, Luo Lan pointed and a flame appeared in her hand. The flame quickly spread and turned into a large net. It flew towards the Yiksha. As soon as the Yiksha came into contact with a fire net, it was immediately burned to the point that its entire body was sizzling and it kept struggling. Arcana of the dead, deprive, subdue, skeleton. At that moment, Luo Lan pointed again. Immediately, a deathly aura flew out. The deathly aura wrapped around the Yiksha. Between the crackling sounds, the Yiksha began to shrink. It turned into a thumb-sized skeleton and flew into Luo Lan's hand. Nader, you also subdue some demons. Use the Arcana of the dead to turn the demons into skeletons. When we have our own territory in the future, these skeletons can help us with our work. Cleaning, dredging the pipes, taking care of the Arcana Tower, planting herbs, and so on. We can't use Arcana in daily life. It's not fun to consume your own arcane power in daily life, Luo Lan said. Many of the Arcana knowledge she had learned came in handy. Many Arcana masters actually did not use Arcana in daily life for cleaning, lighting, and so on, because it still consumed arcane power. They used puppets to take care of it. The simplest puppets were the skeletons of the dead. As for the more complex puppets, they had metal arcana and could directly create liquid metal robots. They had high intelligence and were ever-changing. I don't need them. Of course, if you want, I can capture some for you. If Gu Chansha wanted to use Arcana, it would be much more powerful than the Arcana network. He felt that it was time to improve something. How about this, Luo Lan? I will increase your Arcana level again. While talking, Luo Lan only felt that something in the depths of her heart seemed to be opened. Endless spiritual power poured out, and suddenly her Arcana level rose steadily. From level 30, it began to jump directly. Level 300, level 1000, level 3000, level 5000. It only stopped when she reached level 5000. Luo Lan almost fainted again. She was like a penniless beggar, and suddenly an emperor told her to give the empire to her. She became a master of an empire. Level 5000 Arcana level was a sky origin realm powerhouse. Oh, great existence, just who are you? At this time, Luo Lan did not believe that the little noble in front of her was Nader. She opened the wisdom in her heart and had already seen that the person in front of her was an existence that surpassed the Arcana kingdom by many times. I'm the creator of the entire human world, the multiverse, the pioneer of the future, the founder of the new world. Gu Chensha said, "This time I came to the Arcana kingdom to save the Arcana kingdom that is about to perish. You know this clearly in your heart. Your Arcana level is now level 5000, but you can choose to hide it, because such a rapid advancement has exceeded the truth of the Arcana network, so will certainly be suspected." Gu Chensha said, "In the following period of time, you can go on expeditions and make contributions. You will gradually improve. The spiritual potential that I've unlocked for you is sufficient to allow you to reach rank 10,000 and above in the future. It might even be possible for you to reach 100,000. Great existence I've seen through the fog and the void. You're indeed here to save the Arcana kingdom. I'll listen to your guidance." At this time, Luo Lan knelt down sincerely. Boom! At this time, suddenly the wormholes over the entire planet began to swarm one after another, and the demons inside poured out like ants. How can there be so many demons? Luo Lan was shocked. It's normal. Gu Chensha said, "This is Mehali's doing. He has a magic weapon that surpasses the Arcana kingdom. Although he can't use this magic weapon yet, his mind is gradually eroded by the magic weapon, and he can secretly activate many incredible powers. Now he's activating these powers to kill us. But it's a good opportunity for you to take the opportunity to hone your skills. After this hone, you can legitimately activate stronger powers." Okay. Luo Lan saw the overwhelming number of demons and began her performance. First, she used Fire Arcana. With a wave of her hands, suddenly countless flames flew out, and a large number of demons were burned to death. The flames were like a tornado. Wherever they went, the place was fragmented. That was a Fire Arcana spell that was more than level 100, Flame Tornado. Some demons weren't burned to death. She moved her hands again and formed an Arcana formation. She bound those powerful demons that weren't burned to death and began to sacrifice them to the Arcana network. That's right, it was a sacrifice. It was similar to when Gu Chansha used the Heaven Sacrifice Talisman to kill some demons and sacrifice them to the Way of Heaven to gain power. After the sacrifice, Luo Lan gained more favor from the Arcana network. Gu Chensha's heart moved, and he found that there were evil eyes peering at them. Chapter 1049. Chapter 1045. Who is the prey? Mr. Neverless and the others won't be able to detect my concealment. Gu Qinsha laughed coldly to himself. His realm was higher than Mr. Neverless and the others. Even if that terrifying thing completely appeared, his realm would still be lower than Gu Qinsha's, and he would never be able to comprehend the 10th level of immortality. However, they were quite annoying and tried to stop Gu Qinsha from comprehending, but Gu Qinsha had to be careful not to destroy everything in the world in order to kill them. As such, Gu Qinsha could only set up a net. Mr. Neverless and the others had already entered the net, but what Gu Qinsha needed to do was very simple. Strengthen the net so that both sides wouldn't die. Arcane technique, lightning explosion. At this moment, Gu Qinsha cooperated with Luo Lan and cast an arcane technique that was over level 100, lightning explosion. With a slight movement, large amounts of ball-shaped lightning flew out, and wherever it passed, the demons there would explode. Arcane technique, soul devour. At this moment, Luo Lan activated another arcana technique. This time, it was a necromancy arcana technique. As soon as it was activated, a giant skull appeared in the sky. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a green, phosphorescent fire. Wherever it touched, the fiends were turned into phosphorescent fire, then exploded and were absorbed by the skull. Gradually, the skull continuously absorbed the phosphorescence of the demons and turned green before finally turning into a magic staff. This was the power of the arcane technique, Soul Devour. It could absorb the souls of demons and turn them into a magic staff, increasing the power of necromancy arcane techniques. Luo Lan hadn't been an arcana master for long, so she didn't have much equipment. Arcana masters needed many pieces of equipment to increase their power, and the most important was a magic staff. An arcana master's magic staff was even more important than a person's arm. Luo Lan happened to be using the arcane technique Soul Devour to condense her own magic staff. Arcane technique, shape. Arcane technique, change. Arcane technique, ethereal technique. Arcane technique, spirit gathering. Arcane technique, sturdy. Luo Lan's actual level was in the thousands, but she was still in disguise. However, she had cast hundreds of arcane spells in a row, all of which were alchemy spells. As soon as this arcana skill was cast, the magic staff became even more ferocious. It turned into a ray of light that flashed hundreds of thousands of times in a second, piercing through countless demons. Every time it absorbed a demon, the magic staff's power would increase. Arcana, digestion. Arcana technique, evolve. Arcana technique, inscribe. Arcana technique, store. Arcana techniques, spatial. Arcane technique, destruction. Another few hundred arcana spells were cast. These arcana spells were all alchemy arcana spells, and they were all used to condense the staff. After an entire day and night, all the demons here were eliminated and absorbed by the staff. The staff fell into Roland's hand and turned into a crystal-clear treasure that was as thick as a thumb. It seemed to be made of jade, but there were layers of mist, light, and countless runes flowing on it. The staff was only half a foot long, and it was extremely delicate in his hand. However, it could store many arcana skills. I've killed all the demons here. What do we do now? Roland asked Gu Qinsha. Go back and rest, then fight outside. Gu Qinsha said, I'll support you. I'll let you make great contributions to the Arcane Kingdom in a short period of time, and then gradually become the Supreme Counselor. I'll train a lot of people like you to improve the overall strength of the Arcane Kingdom. Great existence, whatever you say, Luo Lan quickly replied. Go back. Gu Qinsha waved his hand and suddenly turned into a rainbow and left. He and Roland were separated. Next, Roland was going to fight outside, increase her status, rise quickly, and cooperate with his plan. And Gu Qinsha was going to choose another person. He wanted to select thousands of people like Roland in the Arcane Kingdom, then start to make arrangements at the top, and finally suppress Mr. Wu Wu and F.A. Wuxian's gourds. Fate. Back in the capital of the Arcane Kingdom, Gu Qinsha wore an arcane robe with more than 100 stars and walked on the streets of the Arcane Kingdom. He attracted a lot of people's attention. There were nobles and civilians who saluted him. The status of the arcanists was extremely high. Even if the nobles met the arcanists, they had to salute. The nobles just bowed, the civilians had to squat, and the slaves had to kneel. Some knights galloped on the streets on horses, but when they saw Gu Qinsha, they immediately dismounted, bowed, and respectfully let him go first. There were quite a few arcana masters walking on the streets. Of course, there were even more arcana masters flying in the sky. Some of them rode large birds, while others transformed into black smoke. Some flew in stealth mode, while others transformed into bolts of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The arcanists walking on the streets of the capital were of relatively low levels. Arcanists like Gu Qinsha were now more than level 100, and there were very few of them walking on the streets. Gu Qinsha mainly wanted to take a good look at the customs of the entire capital of the Arcane Kingdom. While he was appreciating the customs, he could calculate the fate of the billions of people of the Arcane Kingdom and choose his own chess pieces from them. In his observation, the arcane land shrank violently. All the creatures appeared in his eyes. The fate of countless people, the future, and the destiny were all under his control. Suddenly, in his deduction, there were a lot of fate rising into the sky in the future. Not bad, not bad. With the development of time, these people will stand out in the future and become the big figures of the Arcane Kingdom. But Mr. Wu Wu seems to be creating some characters, and he has the same idea as me. During the deduction, Gu Qinsha saw a lot of people with extremely strong fate, and they had a lot to do with Mr. Wu Wu. It seemed that Mr. Wu Wu and the others also knew that the fate of the Arcane Kingdom would be very strong in the future, and it was likely to become a giant dominator. Perhaps he wanted to set up a trap to kill and seal Mr. Wu Wu, and Mr. Wu Wu also wanted to use the Arcane Kingdom to kill him. Both sides are laying out a big net. Mr. Wu Wu wasn't stupid. Gu Qinsha wasn't stupid either. They were all powerhouses of the supreme immortal level, and they could calculate everything. Gu Qinsha could discover the value of the Arcane Kingdom, and so could Mr. Wu Wu. The most valuable thing about the Arcane Kingdom was that all the Arcanists were people who had awakened their souls. But the Arcane Kingdom had the characteristics of the old world, and its essence was the new world. That was the combination of the old world and the new world. It could be tolerated by the old world, and it could also be accepted by the new world. Such a combination had a great future, especially in the impact of the old and the new. It could stand at the head of the tide and not fall, and it could be the tide of the times. There's another good young man. Gu Qinsha moved his body and chose a person. This person was also a student of the Arcane Academy, but he was a commoner. The tuition fee of the Arcane Academy was very expensive, not to mention ordinary commoners. Even the nobles couldn't afford it. But this commoner student was very resourceful. He could actually make money to pay for the high tuition fee. The way he made money was by writing novels. In his novels, there were countless commoners who had adventures, became powerful arcanists, fought against the outside world, and finally became the Supreme Master. The plot of the novel was bizarre and fascinating. After it was published, it caused countless responses. All the commoners and nobles kept buying it. In the end, it made the young man rich enough to be qualified to study in the Arcane Academy. However, the young man was also very unlucky. He spent a lot of money, but he still couldn't awaken the power of the arcane and become an arcanist, which made him very distressed. Not bad, not bad. If this young man is trained well, he can set off a storm in the arcane world. While talking, Gu Qinsha had come to a large room. This room was more than 1,000 square meters, and it was decorated magnificently. Some parts were even covered in gold, but there were books everywhere, and the floor was covered in expensive carpets. A man was writing furiously in front of a huge sandalwood table. It's a pity. If only I knew arcana spells. If I knew arcana spells, I would be able to write a novel in a few breaths, based on the ideas in my head. I wouldn't have to work so hard to write it by hand here. Really? Gu Qinsha appeared in front of the young man. Who are you? The young man stood up abruptly, then saw the arcane robe that Gu Qinsha was wearing, and hurriedly lowered his head respectfully. So it's an arcanist. What can I do for you? Do you want to awaken the power of the arcane? Gu Qinsha asked. Of course, I want to even in my dreams. The young man was overjoyed at first, but then became gloomy. He knew that even the most profound of mysteries, the essence of the arcane network, couldn't turn a person into an arcanist. In order to awaken the power of the arcane, one had to rely on oneself. Respected arcanist, I know the common sense of the arcane, the young man said. Please don't lie to me. I, Wang Ji, am willing to worship an arcanist. Sir, you think I'm here to lie to you and extort money from you? Gu Qinsha laughed. But it's understandable that you think that way. After all, no one can help someone awaken the power of the arcane, but I can. As he spoke, Gu Qinsha's figure moved slightly, and a profound stream of will entered Wang Ji's mind. Crack! Wang Ji felt as if the door to his heart had opened, and a large amount of energy surged out. So, I've awakened the power of the arcane. Who are you? You're not an arcanist. You're a mighty existence. Wang Ji was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Chapter 1050. Open struggle and veiled struggle. Qinshi's novelist was a man who would become a great man in the future. Gu Qinsha secretly added fuel to the fire so that the influence of his novel would increase by tens of thousands of times. It would certainly influence the thinking of many people. And Qinshi was indeed a genius. Countless fantastic ideas were conceived in his mind and turned into exquisite novels. Many of the plots were amazing. They could attract the attention of many people, and they could even resonate with people's souls. Now, the Arcane Kingdom was very comfortable because the Arcanists were fighting against the outside world and expanding the territory. Their strong military strength made the empire free from war, and the suppression of the Arcanists also made the country free from civil strife. So the people's hearts were stable. But if they were slaves, their lives were very hard, and the lives of the civilians were also very busy. Even the nobles had to carry out various businesses to worship some Arcanists. Originally, the Arcanists could make everything, such as the cleaning of a city. The great Arcanist could directly use the cleansing spell to make it as clean as new in an instant. But now the cleaning of every city was done by the civilians. As for the dangerous dung digging, the cleaning and dredging of the sewers, it was done by the slaves. Because that was the system of the Arcane Kingdom. The purpose was to make the civilians motivated and not lazy. If everything was done by the Arcanists, then the Arcanists would be the servants of the ordinary people. Such a social structure, in today's world, was just right. As for Gu Qinsha's new world, it was too advanced. It was no wonder that in the Arcane Kingdom, many people shouted to spread the glory of the arcane throughout the multiverse. Just as Gu Qinsha was planning, in the capital of the Arcane Kingdom, in a noble manner, Mr. None also appeared. Opposite of Mr. Everlasting sat a great aristocrat. This aristocrat's manor was very large, and there were fountains and gardens everywhere. Countless beautiful women walked around, taking care of the gardens, delivering fruits, and collecting flower petals. Within the aristocrat's manor, the 4 seasons were like spring, and the temperature and humidity were very suitable. Taking a closer look, the entire aristocrat's manor was enveloped by an invisible curtain that stabilized the temperature and air. That was caused by an arcane treasure. Mr. Nunn, can you really help our Teddy family become arcanists? The great noble sitting in front of Mr. Endless was called Teddy Shikun. He was one of the great nobles of the empire. His family was massive and had countless mines, merchant associations, land, and slaves. There were hundreds of millions of slaves in his family, distributed in all parts of the Arcane Kingdom. The wealth of this family was incalculable. Unfortunately, the head of this great noble family, Teddy Shikun, was not an arcanist. Of course, a noble with such a status would naturally be able to rope in many arcana masters, and most arcana masters wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, this still made him unhappy because he still had to bow and scrape to an arcana master. He had no status whatsoever. In fact, this was also the voice of the entire noble group. The entire aristocratic group had huge wealth, but in the arcane kingdom, their status was not high, and they had to bow their heads in front of the arcanists. Many of the nobles were dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do to resist the arcana masters. The power of arcane magic was not something that nobles could deal with. Of course, there were also knights among the nobles. Knights practiced martial arts and possessed great strength, but no matter how powerful their martial arts were, they were nothing compared to arcana techniques. The power of arcana is actually kind of rubbish. At that moment, Mr. Woo Woo was still wearing a black cloak. I can teach you a more powerful power. You can devour arcanists. You have boundless divine power. Do you dare to learn? You nobles used to have a high status, but since the emergence of the arcanists, you've basically been reduced to a lower class. Don't you want to make a comeback? Even if you can't overthrow the arcanist class, you can still compete with the arcanist class. In many universes, in fact, the arcanists belong to the theocracy and the nobles belong to the imperial power. The theocracy and the imperial power have always been against each other, but now in the arcane kingdom, the nobles are the slaves of the arcanists. Your thinking is too narrow. You want to become an arcanist yourself, and you want the people in your family to become arcanists. Haven't you ever thought about being the emperor of the arcane kingdom and letting the nobles rise? In this way, you can have a big picture, get the fate of the arcane kingdom, become the son of fate of the entire empire, and finally become the existence of the realm of heaven. Don't always think about the old pattern. The pioneer is the one who gets the most. After listening to Sir's words, I'm really enlightened. But Sir, compared with the power of the arcane kingdom, we're too weak. What should we do now? If we learn other methods that aren't the power of the arcane kingdom, it's easy to be detected by the arcane network. At that time, it'll be a disaster for us. There were some foreign forces that poured into the arcane kingdom, but they were all killed. The great aristocrat, Teddy Shikun, was still trembling with fear. Don't worry, with me here, the arcane network can't detect it at all. When the arcane network can detect it, the power of the nobles has begun to grow, and you'll have enough power to speak, Mr. Neverwinter said. Mr. Neverwinter, is your power stronger than the arcane network? The great aristocrat Teddy Shikun asked. That's for sure. To tell you the truth, my power can swallow the entire arcane kingdom at any time. Your arcane kingdom looks strong, but in the multiverse, it's still very small. Mr. Neverwinter sneered. His tone was like looking at an ant. Mr. Neverwinter, with such a great existence like you, why did you enter the arcane kingdom? The great aristocrat Teddy Shikun asked such a question. Because I'm going to carry out a plan. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. If you want to be an ordinary person, I won't stop you. I can see that you're a person who thirsts for power. Besides, even if you enjoy the service of a lot of people and have a lot of wealth, after you die, you'll have nothing. If you don't become an arcanist, your lifespan is only 100 years, which will pass in the blink of an eye. Even if you use your wealth to exchange for some arcane potions to keep your life from aging, it's actually a drop in the bucket. Mr. Neverwinter was the temptation of the devil. Well, Mr. Neverwinter, great existence, I promise you everything. Finally, the great aristocrat Teddy Shikun couldn't resist the temptation. He overcame his fear of the arcanists and promised Mr. Neverwinter. Very well, I'll now teach you the way of plunder and devour. Remember, this way is the instinct of the old world. If you master it, you'll be able to conquer everything. Mr. Neverwinter suddenly transferred a force into the body of the great aristocrat Teddy Shikun. Immediately, Teddy Shikun's body trembled. There was a greedy suction force in his body, just like a person who had reached the Tao realm. He began to devour the spiritual energy of the universe for his own use. The way of cultivation in the old world is to awaken the instinct of plunder and devour in your body. When you're born, you'll absorb milk as nutrition. When you grow up, you'll be able to digest some grains and herbs. When you suddenly step into the Tao realm, you'll be able to absorb spiritual energy. In the end, you'll even be able to digest everything. The history of human evolution is to walk the way of devour to the extreme. You should use your instinct instead of walking the path of spiritual awakening. Mr. Neverwinter said, but I've reformed the way of devour again. From now on, you'll be true aristocrats. Those who walk the path of spiritual awakening will be your food. You can raise them and devour them when you're hungry. What? In the future, we nobles can raise arcanists like livestock and eat them? The great aristocrat, Teddy Shikun, felt the power in his body and suddenly swelled up. I like to play with those arcanist women. I had a maid who unknowingly awakened the power of arcanism. She immediately changed her fate and didn't show any mercy to me. That bitch, if I catch her, I'll make her wish she was dead. Very good. The fact that you have such thoughts will stimulate the hatred in your oppressed heart. Mr. Neverwinter smiled. All right, I've left a lot of memories in your head. You can follow those memories to cultivate. I've also added a brand to your body. You'll never be discovered by the arcane network. You can also pass on some of the cultivation methods to other aristocrats. They'll grow together with you and finally overthrow the rule of the arcanists. Yes, great existence, Mr. Neverwinter. I'll follow your orders. The great aristocrat, Teddy Shikun, quickly knelt down. At that moment, Mr. Neverwinter disappeared. The next moment, in another place in the arcane kingdom, Long Xiangtian appeared next to Mr. Neverwinter. Mr. Neverwinter, what's your intention in setting up the arcane kingdom? Long Xiangtian asked. Gu Qinsha has also come to the arcane kingdom. Mr. Neverwinter said, I'm going to use the arcane kingdom to besiege Gu Qinsha. This is the best opportunity to kill him. Can the arcane kingdom trap Gu Qinsha? Long Xiangtian was puzzled. Chapter 10:51. The good and the bad. Mr. Nun, I too want to reach the undying realm. I'm not interested in the war between the old and new worlds. More importantly, I can help you eliminate Gu Qinsha. Long Xiangtian knew that Mr. Nun didn't trust him, especially after he joined forces with Zhang Ziren and the others to kill Fa Wuxian. However, he explained, Mr. Nun, the reason we killed Fa Wuxian is simple. It was to protect ourselves. If Fa Wuxian reaches the undying realm, forget about us. Even you will be afraid of being devoured. Fa Wuxian is merely a chess piece of mine. He is crazy and hysterical. However, it is precisely because of this that I am able to use him. Unfortunately, it was ruined by all of you. Now, it has caused our plan to fail at the last moment. All of you will have to bear the responsibility for this. Mr. Wu Wu was actually very annoyed. Fa Wuxian and Gu Qinsha were complete enemies. If Fa Wuxian was allowed to grow, he would become the greatest threat to Gu Qinsha. Plus, Mr. Nun had a way to control Fa Wuxian. If Fa Wuxian reached the undying realm, he would immediately fight Gu Qinsha to the death. At that time, if Fa Wuxian gave up on himself and died together with Gu Qinsha, it would cause severe damage to Gu Qinsha. That way, Mr. Nun and the others would be able to kill Gu Qinsha. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Long Xiangtian and the others. But Mr. Nun wouldn't say it out loud. Plus, Mr. Nun wanted Fa Wuxian to devour the fourth, Gu Huasha, Long Xiangtian, and Zhang Ziren to reach the undying realm. Well, that's it. When Mr. Wu Wu saw that Long Xiangtian was about to say something, he immediately waved his hand. The top priority is to listen to my arrangements. Lurk in the arcane kingdom. Set up the entire arcane kingdom into a huge network and trap Gu Qinsha in it. The person who obtained the Fao Xian gourd will fall into your hands sooner or later. Don't destroy my plan. Mr. Nun, what's your plan? Long Xiangtian asked. My plan is to turn the arcane kingdom into a huge trap and bury Gu Qinsha. Of course, I can feel that Gu Qinsha has also entered the arcane kingdom. He has the same idea as me. He wants to set up a trap and bury the arcane kingdom. Let's see who has the best means. Of course, I have the biggest advantage. Do you know what it is? Mr. Nun looked at Long Xiangtian. I know. Long Xiangtian had already thought of that. That is, the arcanists of the arcane kingdom are all people who have mastered the Dragonless Mind Sutra. Although they won't obey Gu Qinsha, they're still talented. Gu Chansha actually wants to change the minds of these people and then let them enter the new world. Gu Chansha won't destroy them, and Mr. Nun, you have no scruples, you could destroy them at will. In this way, Gu Chansha will be restrained in the arcane kingdom. He won't be able to exert his power, and you'll have the upper hand. And to a certain extent, the gourd that Fa Wuxian has transformed into is also in the undying realm. It will help you, because it also contains the mark of Fa Wuxian. Fa Wuxian's hatred for Gu Chansha is indelible. Even if there's a chance to perish together, the gourd will really be destroyed. Long Xiang Tian, you said it well. Mr. Nun took a deep look at Long Xiang Tian. Don't worry, as long as you destroy the new world as your foundation, you're my friend, we're not enemies. In the future, when I'm fully awakened, more origins will be born, and the origins will fall on you. I'll even deprive Gu Chansha of his destiny for you, so that you can advance to the undying realm and become Mr. Nun Dragon. What do you think? Thank you, Mr. Nun, for your reward. Long Xiang Tian certainly didn't believe it, but he had to show it. He pretended to believe it. But Mr. Nun, you're the existence that was born from that terrible origin. It also gave birth to Mr. Wu Exun, Mr. Wu Wei, Mr. Wu Xiang. Will more similar existences be born in the future? Will they all be in the undying realm? How many can be born at most? That's hard to say. Maybe one will be born, maybe many will be born. Maybe some of the origins will fall into the hands of someone, allowing that person to become an undying realm expert. There are too many changes in the future. I can't predict it. Mr. Nun said, especially after the new world is born. You see, the new world is constantly spitting out cosmos. In the sea of cosmos in the human world, there will be many embryonic cosmos being born at every moment. These cosmos will grow stronger by themselves, giving birth to civilizations and heavenly Tao experts. When a number of heavenly Tao experts reaches a certain level, they will devour each other, fuse with each other, and finally, an undying realm expert will be born. So, there will be more people in the undying realm in the future? Long Xiang Tian asked. That's natural. Did you see that before the establishment of the new world, there were very few masters of the heavenly Tao realm? But now, after the battle with Fa Wuxian, there are more and more masters of the heavenly Tao realm. In the process of fighting with Fa Wuxian, thousands of masters of the heavenly Tao realm were born at an accelerated pace. But now, these masters of the heavenly Tao realm have come to the giant universe for the immortal Fa Wuxian's immortal gourd. Some of them even lurked and entered the arcane kingdom. Mr. Nun said, of course, these heavenly Tao experts who entered the arcane kingdom have to behave with their tails between their legs. Because the network of the arcane kingdom is very large, except for the undying realm experts. Almost all the heavenly Tao experts are suppressed. You're now in the heavenly Tao realm. If you don't have my help, is it difficult for you to exert your power? Yes, the network of the arcane kingdom is increasing all the time. Every day, there are countless arcanists contributing. It makes me feel like I'm facing a new world. Long Xiang Tian nodded. Well, you'll become an arcanist now. Find your own identity, grow gradually, and then go to the arcane kingdom to take control of the power. With your cultivation, you'll soon reach the highest realm. When the time comes, I'll teach you how to do it, Mr. Nun instructed. Yes. Long Xiang Tian nodded quickly. He didn't dare to disobey. Mr. Nun disappeared in a swoosh. Nobody knew what he was doing. At that time, in some remote places of the arcane kingdom, there were huge farms everywhere. There were civilians, slaves, knights, and adventurers in the farms. The territory of the arcane kingdom was extremely large. It was almost the same as the land of infinity. In many remote places, there were no arcanists, but the power of the arcane network had completely covered that area. In those remote places, the ruling class was the nobles, not the arcanists. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a remote mountain forest, a few people landed. They were very embarrassed. Their bodies fell to the ground. They almost lost all their strength. We're masters of the progenitor realm. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to enter the arcane kingdom. I feel that all my strength is suppressed. I can't break out at all. And we have to be careful to hide. Otherwise, the network of the arcane kingdom will cause devastating damage to us. A man stood up and patted the dust off his body. Old Meng, how do you feel? At that time, a woman asked another man. I also feel that my strength is suppressed, and I think that even if I'm promoted to the realm of heaven path, I'll be suppressed very badly. It won't be much better than us. I didn't expect the arcane kingdom to be so tyrannical. No wonder. Legend has it that the gourd transformed by Fa Wuxian will lurk in the arcane kingdom. We should suffer a little now. As long as we get that gourd, we can reach the realm of immortality, the man named Old Meng said. I've inquired about everything about the arcane kingdom. It's dominated by arcanists. If we can become arcanists, we can become the higher-ups of the arcane kingdom. So it'll be much more convenient to do things, a man said. Arcanists are actually people who have awakened the power of the soul. These people have mastered the dragonless cultivation method. It's a pity that I reached the progenitor realm by relying on the way of plunder of the old world, not the power of the soul of the new world. The woman suddenly said, by the way, Old Meng, you've mastered the dragonless cultivation method. Why don't you switch to arcane arts now, so we can become your subordinates and look for the immortality gourd together? Ha ha ha. Old Meng suddenly laughed. His laughter was very ferocious. Old Meng, what do you want to do? Several of his companions felt that something was wrong. There's only one immortality gourd. How should we divide it? Old Meng looked at his companions fiercely. You're all masters of the progenitor realm. There's no use here. It's better for me to kill you and sacrifice you to the arcane network here. I'll transform into an arcanist and get the power of your sacrifice. The arcane network will completely recognize me. At the same time, my arcane power will also reach a very high level. I can immediately call the wind and summon the rain in this arcane kingdom. Find that gourd. Once I get that gourd, I'll be in the immortality realm. Old Meng, you're simply a devil. Several of his companions were shocked. They wanted to escape. Some wanted to activate their spells, but unfortunately, they had lost all their power. Now they were almost the same as ordinary people. The power in their bodies was suppressed very badly. And Old Meng, who had mastered the dragonless cultivation method, was actually an arcanist in essence. Arcane arts, sacrifice. Chapter 1052. Chapter 1. All kinds his companions were masters of the ancestor realm. But when they entered the arcane continent, they were suppressed by the power of the arcane network. They were almost like ordinary people, but their bodies still contained a huge amount of power of the ancestor realm. Now they were sacrificed by Old Meng to the arcane network. Immediately, the arcane network could get the power of so many ancestor realms. In exchange, it could recognize Old Meng's identity and also improve Old Meng's arcane level. Of course, Old Meng had practiced the dragonless cultivation method. If he hadn't practiced the dragonless cultivation method, he wouldn't have been recognized by the arcane network of the arcane kingdom. Arcane level 5000, boom! Old Meng sacrificed these companions of the ancestor realm. Immediately, the arcane power in his body was boiling, and there was an arcane robe on his body. There were 5,000 stars on the arcane robe. These stars gathered together and flowed like the Milky Way. Unlike ordinary robes, it was a reward from the arcane network, which represented a great contribution to the arcane network. That was to say, even the high-level arcanists of the arcane kingdom, the arcane guild, didn't recognize Old Meng, but the great arcane network had recognized Old Meng. In this way, he could be said to have a firm foothold in the arcane kingdom. The arcane kingdom is too big. The arcanists of the arcane guild form the highest level of the kingdom. Although it's the ruling class, it's not monolithic. There are places worth currying favor. In the arcane kingdom, there are also many wandering arcanists who painstakingly study arcane by themselves. I'm one of them now. I have to find the gourd formed by Fa Wuxian and advance to the immortal realm. As long as I advance to the immortal realm between heaven and earth, I'll be able to do whatever I want. I'll no longer have to worry about anything. The arcane kingdom will be in my pocket. With the arcane kingdom, I can unify the universe and become the strongest existence. Even the new world will be trampled by me. While talking, Old Ming suddenly activated the arcane skills. Arcane, space, manufacturing, puppets, elves. Soon, in the space, an arcane tower appeared. The arcane tower had 99 floors. All of them were golden in color and inlaid with many gems. These gems were arcane gems that he created out of thin air. Arcane gems were extremely precious. They could be used to seal arcane skills and then release them directly. For example, an arcana master who had reached the rank of 5,000 could seal many of his arcana techniques into arcana gems and give them to a lower-ranked arcana master who would be able to use them. An arcanist who had reached level 5,000 could use his own mind to create an arcane skill gems. A powerful arcanist who had reached level 5,000 could create an arcane skill gems with of arcane skill of his. Just as Old Ming sacrificed his companions and obtained a huge arcane level, he created the arcane tower and hid in the depths of space. Another master coldly watched his actions. The master seemed to have just entered the arcane kingdom, but he didn't seem to have suffered any damage. The arcanist was a young man. He was also wearing an arcane magic robe with 30,000 stars on it. I, Lu Zhengrong, am in the great gate universe of the Way of Heaven. In order to pursue the immortal realm, I gathered all my power and even sacrificed the Great Gate universe and my own Great Gate universe to the Arcane Network. That's how I was recognized by the Arcane Network and obtained the status of an Arcanist with level 30,000. Old Ming, you've only sacrificed a few companions and you want to get that gourd? It's simply wishful thinking. Capture him. The young man, Lu Zhengrong, suddenly activated an arcane skill. Arcane skill, great seal skill, great binding skill, great entanglement skill. Arcane skill, eliminate cause and effect. Arcane skill, obliterate traces. Arcane skill, soundless. In an instant, many incredible arcane skills were activated. These arcane skills gathered together and immediately sealed Old Ming. Even the slightest fluctuation in the space couldn't be caused. In the Arcane Kingdom, high-level arcanists couldn't fight casually. Once they fought, it would lead to the death of countless people and the destruction of countless cities. The consequences were unpredictable. At that time, the Arcane Union would issue an arrest warrant. But the young man, Lu Zhengrong, caught Old Ming in an instant without causing any fluctuation. Even the Arcane Network didn't respond. Lu Zhengrong had extremely high authority in the Arcane Network because he had sacrificed the universe to the Arcane Network. Who are you? Old Ming was terrified. You can sacrifice others. Others can also sacrifice you. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lu Zhengrong said, Old Ming, I won't get any benefits from sacrificing you. You can be my subordinate, but I'm going to control your mind. Sign a soul-slave contract with me. Arcane skill, contract. Then, Lu Zhengrong activated the arcane skill and formed a contract in front of him. There were many harsh words on the contract. From then on, Old Ming would be Lu Zhengrong's slave. His life and everything belonged to his master. His master could kill him at any time and make him do anything. There were many kinds of arcane skills in the contract system. There were slave contracts, equality contracts, love contracts, property contracts, sales contracts, and so on. As long as the two parties signed it, they would be bound by the arcane contract. If they violated it, they would suffer serious consequences. In the Arcane Kingdom, arcane contract was very popular. All commercial sales, contracts, and transactions between nobles were almost all arcane contracts. So in the Arcane Kingdom, there were very few lawsuits because there was no need for a lawsuit. Those who violated the arcane contract will be directly punished by the terms of the contract. Sign the contract, Lu Zhengrong said. I won't sign it, I won't sign it. Old Ming looked at the contract in front of him and there was a look of fear on his face. Very well, arcane skill. It's better to die than to live. Lu Jingrong injected an arcane skill of torture into Old Meng's body. Suddenly, Old Meng screamed, "It was really better to die than to live." This arcane skill of torture was the latest development. This arcane skill of torture was actually a combination of many arcane skills, such as pain skill, illusion skill, bone extraction skill, skinning skill, recovery skill, and so on. The purpose was to torture the opponent, but not to let the opponent die. Let the opponent be in pain that was worse than death and finally compromise. Sure enough, after 2 hours of torture, Old Meng was only left with one breath. "I'm willing to sign the contract. I'm willing to sign it." "Very well, sign it." Lu Jingrong sneered. Then, Old Meng engraved his soul brand on the contract. Suddenly, the contract disappeared. Boom! Old Meng recovered and knelt in front of Lu Jingrong. "Master, I'm at your command." "Very well. Now we can start to lay out the plan." Lu Jingrong's body flashed and disappeared. Another extremely strong person in the realm of Heaven Path has entered the Arcane Kingdom. Gu Chensha saw the scene clearly. This Lu Jingrong is really amazing. He's so cruel that he sacrificed the universe that gave birth to him to the Arcane Network in exchange for the recognition of the Arcane Network. It seems that he's determined to get the gourd condensed by Fa Wuxian. Gu Chensha pointed, and suddenly everything in the Arcane Kingdom appeared in front of him. Every moment, there were countless people entering the Arcane Kingdom. As soon as some people entered, they were suppressed by the network of the Arcane Kingdom and struggled to survive. Some people directly sacrificed to the network of the Arcane Kingdom and obtained their identity. As a result, the network of the Arcane Kingdom began to expand. The entire Arcane Network also completely opened up some things, and its power surged. That was actually the Immigration Authority. Many people began to search for the supreme immortal level gourd and entered the giant universe. The instinct of the Arcane Network seemed to have discovered something and began to attract those masters to enter. As a condition for the masters to enter, they had to sacrifice their power to the Arcane Network. In this way, the power of the Arcane Network itself was almost increasing day by day, almost becoming a combination of multiple universes. Whoosh! Gu Chensha stepped directly into the deepest part of the Arcane Kingdom. In the deepest space, there was an extremely magnificent arcane tower in the space to suppress everything. That was the highest arcane tower of the Arcane Guild, and also the place where the government of the Arcane Kingdom was located. The highest elders of the Arcane Kingdom lived there. Through the Arcane Network, they managed everything in the whole kingdom and the whole continent. Jianggu entered it. Then, he came to the top floor of the Arcane Tower. Inside was a huge ball. Next to the ball, there were more than a dozen elders sitting. These elders wore arcane robes with more than 50,000 stars. There was an arcanist with a white beard who reached the ground. His arcane level was almost 100,000. The Arcane Network is getting more and more difficult to control. Now that we've joined forces, we still feel powerless. The arcanist elder with a white beard who reached the ground said, "We haven't been able to control the Arcane Network since ancient times. The entire Arcane Network was derived from the Arcane Universe. We were just the first to discover the Arcane Network and then make use of it." An arcanist with 60,000 stars said, "In the past, we could still control the situation. But now, since the Big Bang, many universes together with our Arcane Kingdom have formed this giant universe. The Arcane Network's self-ability has awakened. It may have felt the danger and began to expand and accept outsiders. What should we do now? If the outsiders are getting stronger and stronger, it's likely that we won't be able to control the Arcane Kingdom and the power will be seized by others. For the Arcane Network, now we're just its stewards, managing the wealth of the Empire. If there's a better steward, he'll immediately replace us." An elder with 80,000 stars said. Chapter 1053. High-level promotion. That was the highest meeting of the elders of the Arcane Kingdom. All of them had reached tens of thousands of arcane level. They could be called ancestors, and some of them were infinitely close to the realm of heaven. Once the arcane level reached 100,000, it was the realm of heaven. Joseph, your arcane level is about to break through to 100,000. You're the highest figure among us. You can see the arcane network very clearly. What do you think our arcane kingdom, and even the arcane continent, should do in the future? What's our fate? At that moment, an elder with more than 70,000 stars asked another elder with more than 90,000 stars. The elder with more than 90,000 stars was Joseph. His white beard was dragging to the ground. I can't see the future clearly, but I know that our elders and the Supreme Council's control over the arcane kingdom is getting weaker and weaker. Recently, I've felt that many powerful forces have entered the arcane kingdom. There are even other universes, masters in the realm of heaven, who sacrifice their own universes to gain the recognition of the arcane network, so that they themselves have become arcanists above 100,000. Joseph, whose white beard was dragging to the ground, said, "That is to say, there are arcanists who haven't been enthroned in the arcane guild, and there are masters in the realm of heaven. Will there be more and more of them now?" A few arcane elders said, "Our top priority is to quickly improve our arcane level. Otherwise, those powerful figures will certainly seize power. By that time, I'm afraid we'll all die without a burial place. We've ruled the arcane kingdom for so many years. It's extremely difficult to reach the realm of heaven and make our arcane level reach more than 100,000, unless we can get a huge universe to sacrifice. But that's a very cruel thing. The power of our arcane magic ultimately depends on our own mind power." Joseph said, "Legend has it that there's a new world that also relies on mind power to exert its own power. That new world is extremely huge, much bigger than the giant universe that exists in our arcane world. It's full of people who have awakened their mind power. If we can plunder a lot of talent from there and become our arcanists, then the arcane network will completely favor us." Well said. Just as these arcana masters were talking, a voice rang out. "Who is it?" Joseph furiously activated an arcana technique. Arcana technique, seal. Arcana technique, appear. Even his arcana technique, which was close to a rank of 100,000, was completely useless. It was as if his arcana techniques had lost their effectiveness. Then, Gu Chunsha appeared in front of him. "Everyone, you just talked about the new world. I'm the Lord of the New World, the first person to awaken his soul, Gu Chunsha. Your arcane kingdom is about to usher in a catastrophe. I'm here to save you," Gu Chunsha said, "the Lord of a New World." When all the elders saw Gu Chunsha, they immediately banded together and prepared to unleash their own arcana techniques in an attempt to suppress Gu Chunsha. Arcana technique, seamless fate. At that moment, Gu Chunsha activated an arcane spell. That arcane spell had never appeared in the arcane kingdom. It was created by Gu Chunsha himself. It was to continuously reveal the fate of all the creatures in the arcane kingdom and even the arcane network. Seamless meant that it was uninterrupted. That was to show all the fate lines from birth to the end without missing anything. If your arcana techniques are in the tens of thousands, the arcana techniques in the realm of Heaven Path are more than 100,000, and the entire arcane network is in the realm of Heaven Path. But its arcana techniques are about 100 million, and it's still expanding. It's a wonder it's 1,000 times the power of the realm of Heaven Path. Of course, 1,000 times the realm of Heaven Path is still the realm of Heaven Path. Gu Chunsha activated the Seamless Fate Arcana technique. All the arcane elders couldn't move. They could only watch the changes in the fate of the arcane kingdom and the arcane land. If you want to forcibly calculate my arcana techniques in terms of numbers, it's about quadrillion, because the realm of Heaven Path is the peak in the old world, and the immortal realm is actually something in the new world. There's no immortal realm in the old world, not to mention the realm above the immortal realm. There's no immortal realm. Gu Chunsha said again, "Everyone, your giant universe is a confrontation between Fa Wuxian and the will of hundreds of trillions of universes. The Big Bang occurred. millions of universes gathered together and formed your giant universe. In this giant universe, there's the arcane continent, the immortal continent, the giant continent, the dragon continent, the devil continent, the technology continent, even the magic continent, the orc continent, and even the dead soul continent. But the arcane continent is the most promising one. In the future, it'll definitely unify the giant universe and conquer all the continents. Your political ideas and foundations are good, very interesting. But now, because of the immortal gourd that Fa Wuxian transformed, many masters have entered the arcane kingdom. You've also felt that for the arcane network, as long as it keeps increasing its power, it doesn't matter. And you'll be completely abandoned. Now I'm here to save you. Whoosh! An arcane robe appeared on Gu Chench's body. His arcane robe was engraved with countless Milky Ways. Each Milky Way had countless twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, each star was real, and there were countless creatures living within it. These creatures seemed to be using arcane techniques and learning arcane techniques. How is that possible? All the elders' eyes almost popped out. Why is it impossible? I'm the Lord of the New World. It can even be said that the hundreds of trillions of universes that constitute the human world were all created by me. I'm the king of inconceivable. My power can destroy the arcane kingdom, the arcane continent, and the arcane network tens of millions of times. Gu Qinsha said, I'm here to help you. Why are you so hostile to me? For me, the arcane kingdom and the arcane network aren't worth stealing. We, the New World, never steal any power from the outside. We only contribute our own power. Great being, your power is indeed hundreds of millions of times greater than our universe and continent. Please retract your magic power. At that time, Joseph smiled bitterly. What do you need me to do? Our power is insignificant in front of you. Why did you come here? Your behavior is like a giant dragon turning into an ant and playing in the ant's nest. It doesn't make sense. Now many giant dragons have turned into ants and entered the ant's nest. I'm here to capture these giant dragons. Gu Qinsha said, you're in a dangerous situation now. You'll be destroyed at any time because of the battle with the giant dragons. Then what can you do to improve our power? At that time, Joseph, the strongest elder, said the most critical words. It's very simple. Your power is actually in your own mind. Gu Qinsha sighed. The power of an arcana technique originates from one's own heart. One can use one's heart to activate the various elements in the universe and combine them together to form an incredible variety of arcana techniques. But although you've awakened the power in the depths of your heart, it's still not enough. It's not thorough. It's like a pipe. If there are impurities in it, the water will flow slowly. If you can dredge the pipe, or even expand the pipe, then the power will increase by dozens of times. I'll now pass on some of the New World's experience to you. Gu Qinsha didn't give these people power, but he taught them experience. In terms of using their own mind power, they were still children. But, sure enough, countless powers kept surging out. Swish, swish, swish. These doyens received Gu Qinsha's experience and gradually entered a state of meditation. During this process, many impurities in their hearts were cleared out, and even more spirit force gushed out like tidal waves. If it could be said that in the past, their arcana energy was like a small stream flowing out from the depths of their hearts. But now, their arcana energy was like the opening of a dam, releasing a flood. The rumbling of their spirit energy shook the heavens and the earth. I've finally broken through. Joseph let out a long howl as tens of thousands of stars appeared on his arcana, a magical robe. That was a total of 18 stars, double the amount he had before. He was now in the Heaven Dao level, and had even more to spare. As for the other elders, they all broke through to the way of Heaven Realm, and the stars on their arcane magic robes also doubled, and some even multiplied by several times. Breaking through is this simple? These arcane magic elders' impression of Gu Qinsha was even more unfathomable. Although they had reached the way of Heaven Realm and their power had increased many times compared to before, the more powerful they were, the weaker they felt in front of Guchen Shah. Do you feel that the arcane network is much closer to you now, and your control power has greatly increased? Guchen Shah asked. Thank you, teacher. From now on, you're our teacher. Joseph and others bowed deeply to Guchen Shah and then stood up respectfully. We're willing to change the structure of the empire, and we'll honor you as the eternal emperor of the arcane kingdom. Chapter 1054. There are many types of arcane techniques, and there are thousands upon thousands of lineages. The basic arcane techniques are fire, ice, light, dark, earth, metal, necromancy, lightning, defense, plant, summoning, space, air, illusion, intelligence. Guchen Shah was in the deepest part of the Senate. He was studying arcane techniques with the elders who had just advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. The essence of the arcana was the combination of spiritual power and the elements of everything in the world. Arcana could also be combined with each other. Even with Gu Chinch's cultivation and wisdom, it would not be easy for him to innovate the current arcana technique system. He wanted to rethink all of the arcana technique systems and create more arcana techniques that he couldn't use himself, but could still be used by other arcana masters. The arcane technique system included both science and technology, as well as immortal Tao techniques, and many other unique things. Guchen Shah knew that enriching the arcana system would be very beneficial to the arcana network. That was the root of the arcana network. The development of the arcana society was the fundamental order of the arcana network. Power was secondary. Guchen's intention was clear. He wanted to perfect the arcana system to a terrifying degree. He wanted to integrate food, clothing, housing, and transportation, the enjoyment of the human body, and even the joy of the soul into the arcana system. That way, the arcana network would be indestructible. The arcana network gradually took shape and could trap Mr. Nothingness and the others. Guchen Shah could use his trump card and kill Mr. Nothingness in one fell swoop. From then on, the world would be peaceful, and things would be done according to the rules of the new world. In the end, Guchen Shah would reach immortal level 10. Boom! As expected, when Guchen Shah used his wisdom to perfect the arcana system, the arcana network responded. A lot of knowledge gathered into the arcana network, and many parts of the network became stronger and harder to destroy. The arcana network has been strengthened, Arthur said. Masters of the heavenly law can no longer destroy the network, and our control over the arcana network has been greatly strengthened. The rule of the arcana kingdom is basically under our control. That's right. You were the first rulers of the arcana kingdom. You created the order of the arcana continent and contributed greatly to the initial stability of the arcana network. The reason why the control over the arcana network is getting weaker is that the arcana network needs to develop. Your progress can no longer keep up with its needs, so it will abandon you. If it doesn't abandon you, it will be abandoned by the times. Will always listen to the guidance of our teacher. The elders knelt down again. Guchen Shah nodded, his body swayed, and he disappeared. When the elders saw that Guchen Shah had disappeared, they all cheered up. Everyone, let's get started. The Arcana Kingdom, the Senate, must rise again. Those arcanists who are a threat to our rule can't be left alive. We must imprison them all and change their minds. The huge Senate reached an agreement, and then the entire Senate was alarmed. The Arcana Guild's huge power was mobilized. The Arcana Kingdom was like a dragon awakening. It began to heal itself, reflect on itself, strengthen the rule of the entire continent, and strengthen the order. For a while, many arcanists began to be recruited or arrested by the Arcana Guild. Many of the Ancestor Realm figures who entered the Arcana continent, and even those in the Heavenly Law Realm, couldn't escape the arrest of the Arcana Guild. The highest elders of the Arcana Guild had all reached the Heavenly Law Realm. Each of their strength was tyrannical to the extreme. They also controlled part of the authority of the Arcana Network, gathered the power of many arcanists, and suppressed the foreign forces. For a while, several years or decades had passed. The order of the entire Arcana Kingdom had been greatly strengthened. The Arcana Guild of the Arcana Kingdom, which was restless and showed signs of collapse, didn't become chaotic. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Things aren't going well. At this time, Lu Zhengrong, an arcanist in the Heavenly Law Realm, was very annoyed. He was now a farmer in a small farm. The farm wasn't very big. There was a water mill, cattle and sheep farms, and so on. The field was only a few thousand acres, and there were hundreds of slaves working there. In the entire Arcana Kingdom, he was considered a wealthy class among the civilians. There was no other way. Now that the Arcana Guild was unprecedentedly powerful, many wandering arcanists were arrested. But Lu Zhengrong didn't want to be recruited. He could only hide as a civilian. He used all his cultivation to seal his arcane skills so that he wouldn't be discovered. Originally, he sacrificed his universe and carried out many plans. Finally, he broke into the Arcana Kingdom, and he had great authority and power. He wanted to subvert the entire Arcana Guild and become the ruler of the Arcana Kingdom. But he didn't expect that decades ago, the power of the Arcana Guild suddenly increased, and they started a purge. That led to him hiding his identity and becoming a civilian of the Arcana Kingdom. There were too many civilians in the Arcana Kingdom, especially in recent decades. After the Arcana Guild of the Arcana Kingdom became unprecedentedly powerful, they won successive battles and obtained large tracts of land and space. The civilians had experienced an explosive growth, and more importantly, the development of medical arcana had also grown, which greatly increased the lifespan of the civilians. Basically, they wouldn't be tortured by illness, and the birth rate and survival rate had also increased many times. What's the power that caused the power of the Arcana Guild to increase so much? Lu Zhengrong was puzzled. He hadn't figured out in the past few decades. Arcana, space diversion, space reinforcement, space seal. Just as Lu Zhengrong was trying to find a way to break out of the predicament, suddenly, the space he was in was instantly activated by dozens of powerful space arcana and time arcana. Everything was reinforced, sealed, imprisoned, and the shackles of order space completely blocked everything. He only felt that he was imprisoned in the depths of a space prison. I've been discovered. Just as he was about to activate the same space arcana to escape, several of the highest elders of the Arcana Guild appeared in front of him. Great Arcanist, the existence of the Arcana level of more than 100,000. Why are you hiding here and willing to be an ordinary civilian? An Arcana elder said. How did you find me? Lu Zhengrong was puzzled. The power of the Arcana Guild is increasing, and its authority over the Arcana network is further penetrating. That's right, your power used to be above us, because you sacrificed the entire universe. But in the past few decades, you haven't made any contributions, so the origin of the Arcana network has given up on you. Naturally, everything about you is known to us, the Arcana elder said. What do you want? Lu Zhengrong asked. It's very simple. We invite you to join our Senate and become an elder. You can make decisions in the Senate, big or small. You're now one of the highest level arcanists, and you've also made great contributions to the Arcana network, so you're qualified to join the Senate. Second, if you don't agree, we'll seal you together, suppress you, and imprison you in our prison. We'll make you reflect on your actions, and we'll even deprive you of your Arcana cultivation. The Arcana elders said, if that's the case, do I have any other choice? Lu Zhengrong smiled bitterly. Lu Zhengrong, your original intention was to control the entire Arcana Kingdom, and it's actually very simple. One of the elders said, if you join our Senate, you can fight for the vote, get the highest Arcana authority, and become the head of the Arcana Kingdom. Of course, the head of the Arcana Kingdom will be changed every 5 years, and you have to rerun and get the vote. If you can really make all the people approve of you, then your contribution to the Arcana Kingdom is great enough. Even if you're the head of the Arcana Kingdom forever, it's not a big deal. Over the years, I'm sure you've seen the election system of the Arcana Kingdom's head of state. The original head of state is Lord Joseph, and now it's Lord Ramon. Because Lord Ramon has recently won the war against the Devil Prison Empire, he has a huge popularity. Liu Jingrong knew that the election of the head of state of the Arcana Kingdom was now truly open and transparent. First, the most meritorious people were selected, and then those people competed, elected, and canvassed votes. In the end, the person with the highest voter turnout was the head of state. Of course, the head of state not only had a lot of power, but he also had a lot of responsibilities. He was definitely not the kind of emperor who only knew how to enjoy life and kill whoever he wanted. Everyone had to crawl under his feet and tremble in fear. No one could go against him. That kind of head of state wasn't what Liu Jingrong wanted to be. However, he really didn't have a choice now. "Well, I'm willing to join the Senate," Liu Jingrong said. "Well, let's sign the Arcana contract." At that moment, a huge contract floated over, and there were various terms on it. All the members of the Senate also signed the contract. It was called a contract, but in fact, it was a kind of oath to maintain the rule of the empire, promote the majesty of the Arcana, abide by the laws of the empire, and so on. It was similar to an oath, but it had a huge binding force. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.